Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, September the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Torty and Green and Todd in our main room. So first of all, guys, we've got to take a look at what the action on the SPY completely recovered now. The CPI numbers came out at 8:30. I'm not going to try to interpret them, okay? The initial reaction was to knock the stuffing out of this, and then it's completely recovered now. In fact, the SPY is almost neutral now. So anyway, there's your action in the SPY to start the day. So now, guys, I have no idea if this is going to happen, of course, but keep an eye on this CNEY. This is another low flow China stock under a dollar. 45 million shares are traded. I can't find any specific news on it. There's maybe something somewhere. The reason I want you to watch it is because look at this silly QH, what it has done. So remember, this is very similar to CNEY, China low float. I don't know if I can't remember if they had any news yesterday. I mean, I see something. By the way, my news headlines are kind of weird this morning. I don't know why they're. Anyway, I mean, this is maybe the news it had yesterday, but my goodness, I mean, this closed yesterday at 134. It's at 244 now. Remember, it came from 32 cents. So I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen with CNEY, but you can just see the similarities. Low float, China stock, and all sorts of room. So what else? BCTX. BCTX just made another new high. Getting higher if the company has overall survival rate of its phase two. So it is phase two. Okay, late stage metastatic breast cancer. Okay, so obviously the market's reacting very well to that press release for BCTX. And this has room still. I mean, another pretty low float, 15.6 million. That's a Canadian company. Where are you out of? Vancouver, Westland. Okay. Woods. The next high looking left is 230 on the weekly chart. So there is still some room. Veronica, good morning. Buenos dias. Um, Play is an earnings play, guys. No pun intended, but play is an earnings play. Dave and Buster's, great reaction so far to earnings. Looking at the weekly chart, has room to 39. Not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that's what it has room to on a weekly chart. Anyway, let's take a look at a daily chart. Let's see, 34.57. So a little less than a dollar from that. But if it can break through that, that gets to that weekly high. So that is play. Not too many earnings plays today, but there is one. GME, GME did it again. Came up with earnings. Stock's getting well, actually, it's having a bit of a recovery now. They said they're going to release another 20 million shares. The Q2 revenue miss. Anyway, GME had earnings after hours. Place PLCE. This is another. No, it's not an earnings play. Where are you? There you are. PLCE up 55%. And another low float, 12.2 million in the float. So this is an earnings play, actually. We don't have it. We have it that they had earnings on August 14th or coming up. I'm sorry, we're September already. I don't, I don't understand. They've got that. They say they're release earnings right now. So that's the reason place is up. Wow, look at the market. Crazy action, guys. Crazy action. Wiped out a lot of longs. Amazing. All right. Another one. Let's see. There's a couple other. DBI is another earnings play. Designer Brands getting hit down on, wow, big hit down on earnings, 26%, and getting close to a lifetime low. DBI down on earnings. And I guess we have to take a look at DJT. Is it trying to recover? Interestingly, no shares available now for me and Interactive Brokers for short. DJT down, I guess, result of the debate. And T-Bio, wow, T-Bio, 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 TBIO, just a cheap one, down 61%. Can't see any news on it. It must be some devastating data that came out, whatever they're doing, whatever they have in their pipeline. Very, very low float. I don't know if William's in the room, if he knows. Actually, William said he won't be in the room until this afternoon. That's right. He was going to be busy this morning. So he's sort of a resident expert about taking a look at these bios. But if there's somebody else out there, go for it. It's a delisting. Okay, thank you, Casa. Plans to delist. Yes, thank you. Yeah, 9/11. 9/11. Yeah, that's today. So they plan to delist their securities from from the NAS. Okay, thank you. Having some issues with my IB headlines for some reason today. So I have an alert set for CNEY over a dollar. I mean, it's fading quite badly now. Well, not, I don't know. I mean, yesterday got up in the pre-market. This got up to 124. I'm trying to remember. I think QH may have done something similar. Let me bring up a 15-minute chart for QH for yesterday. To get a bigger chart. I sort of recall QH breaking over a dollar in the pre-market, coming back down. Well, there it is. In fact, this is yesterday's action. I'm trying to. This is late. I thought this was. I mean, this is late. This is at 3 o'clock. This is yesterday. Yeah, this is late. I thought that by this time QH was over a dollar. This was still at like 78 cents, and that's 3 o'clock. Then it had the run, huge run after hours. 4 o'clock this morning Eastern time, got up to 382. So I'm not saying CNEY is going to do the same. It's just there are similarities. Obviously, two low float China stocks that seemingly have no massive news. But look at the volume. I mean, 46 million shares have traded already. CNEY. How many shares traded yesterday for QH? I mean, okay, 26 million. Let's see. Yesterday, how many shares traded? I mean, yesterday, 300, excuse me, 346 million shares traded. Excuse me, for QH yesterday. My guess, though, they did not have 46 million in the pre-market yesterday. Anyway, enough said about that. I would put an alert at 1 and see if it takes that out at some point. So the market right now is flat. Okay, the SPY is basically flat right now. So let's take a look at BKYI. Sorry, guys. One more to take a look at, I guess. BKYI. The one that's up 22%. A lot of volume, 4.8 million, 1.72 in the float. Yeah, I don't know why again, my headlines are kind of all messed up. I had a big day yesterday. I don't really remember seeing this one, to be honest, yesterday. I am sure, obviously, it was on the scans, but I don't really remember seeing this one yesterday because it got up to, I mean, and it was another one that was the day before, a dollar gets up to 315. Not China, but another low float. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening before we market opens. Doesn't even mean anymore market opening. There's so much action in the pre-market. Well, the first thing actually is catching my eye without looking at the major sectors is TAN. So there must be something happening with solar right now. Yeah, pretty. I mean, this doesn't trade that much this at times, but 27,000 shares traded TAN. So I did see somebody talk about Sedge, maybe some short covering. Well, I'll take a look at Sedge and some of the other solar plays later. But obviously, TAN is on the move. What's is clean energy, EBW on the move, yeah, UNG, gas on the move. So what we're seeing here, anyway, the other major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 73% in green, meaning 73% of stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Yeah, let's see, communications, 71% are down. And I want to say that doesn't mean that they're all tanking, okay? It just means that they could be, I mean, look at LUMN, that's the worst one. It's only down 0.73%. But again, I'm more interested right now to see where they are. We've got the three that were near the 200-day moving average. XLE, yeah, moving away again from the 200-day moving average. So that was down a little. Technology had a big day yesterday, so I'm interested to see where XLK is with respect to that 200-day. So you can see what happened. XLK broke above early over that 200-day moving average yesterday. So now, as we speak, XLE and probably XRT for retail might be the only two that are below. Yeah, so retail is still below the 200-day moving average. So I believe those are the only two. I want to just check discretionary, XLY. Yeah, so that's moving away. So there are only two major sectors below the 200-day moving average, and that is retail, XRT, and energy, XLE. And energy has been weak for a while, even before the market kind of took its down from the 568. I mean, it was pretty weak for a while. When I say weak, I mean most of the major sectors were way above the 200-day moving average. That's the green line you see in my daily chart. Most of the major sectors were way above it. Okay, but you can see for a long time now, quite a while now, XLE was flirting with it. And now is below. Well, I like to see a one break, CNEY. I think a lot of people will look at it again if it has a one break. We're talking about CNEY. I put a price alert around $1 for CNEY, just in case it does what QH did yesterday. I mean, and I'm just looking at the similarities. Two low flow China stocks that seemingly don't really have that much news, but huge amount of volume. All right, guys, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. I know Draw mentioned, where is it? I don't see it anymore. Some Israeli stock, I think. I don't see it anymore. It started with a P. APDN is on the move here, guys. APDN on the move. APDN on the move. APDN. Next high looking left is 187 on the daily chart. The APDN is on the move. Okay, so I haven't heard anything about monkeypox for a while, but this is uh, this is the news on it. Is launching an expansion of its clinical testing services for the detection of Mpox. I guess Mpox. Okay, so I haven't seen the Mpox stocks in play for a while now. But this is definitely moving, guys. I mean, 10 million in the float, 1.3 million are traded already. Shortable for me. That's actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. 218,000 shares available. In case this little flurry of excitement just wants to have a drop again. I don't even, what's GovX? That was another one, right? Let's just see if any of the other ones are moving. GovX was the other one. Yeah, so exactly, Captain. That's the one that started it all, right around here. That week right here, the week of August the 12th. The week of August the 12th is when or maybe it was here. I can't remember anymore. I mean, this can come and go. I don't think they called it a pandemic, okay, in all fairness. Okay, so my guess, or my feeling is that APVN should just trade. There's the high right there, 185. You guys, so the market is shaking off the CPI number, and now is actually basically mildly positive now. The SPY is mildly positive. What a day yesterday. I was dropping. All sorts of banking news coming out. And then I guess what happened, and, I don't follow this that closely, but I guess the banks were looking at maybe a 19%, which is 9%. And I wish I could remember exactly what that means. Anyway, it was good news. I think they were thinking maybe they're going to be something to do with money supply and we're anticipating it might have been 19%, and the Fed said no, it'll only be 9%, and that I guess that's what caused the big rally yesterday. Give me one moment. Okay, now I can tell you. So the largest in a win for Wall Street banks, the largest lenders will only face a 9% hike in capital requirements, which is well below the 19% increase floated in the original plan. So that was the reason. Perfect. Good morning, retired Fido, in our YouTube room. Well, that would be up to you. Don't mean today, Mr. G. Obviously, a slow grind to 13. Not today. I wouldn't anticipate that for place the LCE, but a lot of volume, 4.5 million. This is an earnings play. The stock has been, just remember this was up at $37. I mean, not that long ago. We're talking, well, early this year in the week of February the 12th, and then just a steady decline. I think this was an earnings play back here. Interesting. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Place, Children's Place, PC, PLCA. I was looking at this level up here, the 7 level. That could stall it. All right. So far as Mark, 20P, the VWAP is 162, so it held. Maybe that will act as support for APTN. All right, guys, I may as well get the layout that I'm going to use once this market open is up and running. Maybe I'll give another minute or so. Just see if anything else sneaks in here. So now, okay, now whether it's short covering or people are buying, I have this feeling it's more like short covering, but DJT, 45,000 shares are now have become available at Interactive Brokers for DJT. 15 minutes ago, there were none. Crazy action yesterday with the number of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, now I will get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Okay, guys. So we've got a couple of races that I'll be watching. I'm hoping maybe the large cap gainers. Um, Towards the beginning of the day, gives us some good trending stocks. I didn't find that yesterday. Later on in the afternoon, there were some, but then of course we still have the biggest gainers. These are the large cap ones. This one doesn't care about what the market cap is or what the float is. That's why you get the big gains in here. Percentage movers in this one versus this one, but again, with the percentage moves up and you can get bigger percentage moves down. So definitely they're more exciting, but certainly a lot more volatile. Now, interesting. Where the heck is CNEY here? Now CNEY is not showing up here. Now, I think what time is it now? 9:26. I have a feeling I know why, but let me just do something here. Hmm. Oh, that's why. Always a reason, guys. Always a reason. The price is not a dollar yet. So again, if CNEY happens to get through a dollar at some point during the day, I'm gonna really pay attention to see if it has any sort of a run later on. Now, guys, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Again, I may make an exception if I see something from the large cap gainers that looks like it has a decent trend. I mean, it's hard to know, of course, in the first 15 whether something has a decent trend, really, but the only I may do something in the first 15, one of these. Okay, let's see. You're talking about ASTS. Yeah, ASTS. Oh, of course, ASTS, right? Very active stock, of course. Okay, one moment. All right, guys. Let's see. Another 2 seconds. We are now open for business. Now I have to start this one, I think, manually. All right, play, guys. Dave and Buster's play is on the move here. An earnings play, of course. Oh, this I think this is the one, is this the one that yeah, this is the one that I was looking for, AIM Reform. Okay, this is Israeli stock. I think that, Draw mentioned this one. It's over a dollar again. Yeah, this is the one. It popped up to $1.60 and right back down to a dollar. This is a PRFX. There's only one here so far, Avail. Wow. So we have our first halt of the day, guy. Whoa, my goodness, Ride. RYDE. And this got halted on the way up. Went from 18 to 22 in a blink of an eye. I think Woof is an earnings play also, guys. Woof, WOOF. And there's PLCE, guys, on the move. Hey, maybe you're going to be right, Mr. G. Maybe you'll get to 13. 835 was the high in the pre-market. PLCE just got halted on the way up. There's the CNEY, guys. Again, I'm not doing a thing with this one unless it gets over a dollar again. Yeah, I guess a quick short for the APDN. Yeah, not bad. I didn't do it, but I think Dwayne said that he took it. Speaking, my Momo scanner, which is on my other monitor, super active right now. This one had a big run. Maybe I'm wrong. There's another one, but nice move right now for SGML. This is out of Brazil, I believe. Lay's had a huge day yesterday. This was actually from our AI also. Not having a great day now, though. It got halted on the way down. Okay. WTO reverse split. Okay. WTO reverse split. When are they doing it? Are you saying they've announced that they're going to do a reverse split, Will? Or they already did a reverse split and it's under a dollar? Yeah, I don't understand what's going on here at all. All right, AES is on the move a little bit here, a little bit. Let's see, where could it go to? 1744 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. AES. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. 1718. Just looking left now. 1718. So for me, there's just not enough room for it to move. I'm not sure I saw this one in the pre-market, guys. PCT is on the move here. PCT is on the move. Probably a low float. No, 139 million in the float. That's a massive move. 16 million or 16%. This is the news on it. Announces financing transaction and Ironton production update. Okay. 469 a share. So they're doing the financing. So it's above the it's above the financing price. BCTX was halted on the way. It was halted on the way down, I guess. Now it's just resumed. Yeah, CNEY, you're right. Oh, where is that VWAP? 87 cents is the VWAP. So, yeah, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that one, Shady, because I forgot to look at the solars because TAN was up, was the biggest ETF up this morning. So there's SEDG, SEDG, and the next high in the weekly chart is 2484. A lot of room. SolarEdge presents new software capabilities. Okay, so there is there is specific news for SolarEdge. Well, I didn't want the market to be. I was hoping the market would at least just remain kind of neutral. It doesn't have to be going up with these large cap gainers, but let's see what the market is now. I mean, we had the opening 9:30 candle, the 5 minute moving down. Yeah, look what happened with Play. I mean, Play. Look at the start it had. Looked really good. Got up to 34, $35, and right back down to 31. The reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Wow, LASE halted again on the way down. LASE halted on the way down again. All right, where could place go? PLCE, the next high in the weekly chart anyway, is 880. So there's about a dollar. I don't know where the next high in the daily chart would be, but certainly on the weekly chart, there is some room for place. 880 is the next high, and that is an earnings play. Well, definitely a lot of choppy action with the spine now. Okay, guys, place. Now, the high in the pre-market, yeah, the high in the pre-market was 836. Nicely done so far with the sedge shady. Coming into the next high in the daily chart, getting close, 2020. Whoa, place. Wow, it's all over the place. No, no. Well, this is PLCE, not Children's Place. It is really all over the place. It got up to 730, and then a drop right back down underneath 8. All right, this is the IPO from yesterday, right? I have an alert set for the high, $11. This was a wacky, well, not a wacky one, but it was. I think the IPO, I think, was priced around $5, so it was certainly a lot of enthusiasm at the beginning. But now, well, this is XCH, and it just got was halted, now resumed. Ah, son of a! You know what? Why I'm son of a whatevering. You got it, Matt. Well, let's see where it opens. Try to get it just before that halt. Well, let's see where it opens. Okay, here's your first glimpse of this blue screen that I show. Look, by the way, look at all the halts resumes. The last 2 days, hardly any. Now we're getting a lot today. So this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Interactive Brokers, time and sales. So there's the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but this is CNEY. This column right here is giving you a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open. Not really, no big clue. And again, if you missed what I was talking about in the pre-market show, we're just looking at this one as potentially, potentially doing something like QH did yesterday. They're both low flow China stocks. Look at the volume, 71 million already. Uh, remember what QH did yesterday came from 30 cents, and this doesn't do its justice because in the pre-market it got up to 388. I mean, it's still $1.70 right now. All right, I've got to take a look. I've got to take a look at this to see where it could open. No clue yet. No clue yet, really. I doubt if it's going to open at 102. But now, if you're unfamiliar with halts, usually they're 5-minute halts. So if this is going to open after 5 minutes, this will open at 9:48 plus 11 seconds. So we've got another little over 2 minutes. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, that's typically what they are when it's a volatility halt. BCTX just opened. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm muted. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm just wanting to see if this CNEY has any sort of a run in it, but the 200-day moving average is above it. It's just a little bit above it, okay? So we'll have to take that out also. Oh man, getting close, guys. Takes it out. Look out. Okay, there it goes. There it goes, guys. Was this halted or again? Is this going to get halted again? Yeah, I thought it was going to get halted again, guys. So, well, I'm in it. Let's see what happens. This is about the fourth or fifth halt I've been in this year. The reason I could see it was going to get halted is because there was so much action at 117. It was 117, 118, 117, and 118. Almost impossible for it to just stay there. So we'll see. Very rare for me to take a stock this cheap, but after watching what QH did yesterday, I just had to take a swing at it. All right. Well, as I wait to see what happens when it comes out of the halt, let's take a look at some of the other ones that are moving here. This is the other, yeah, this is the other IPO from yesterday. I think this is Singapore. Yeah, this is Singapore. This is the other IPO from yesterday. TDTH didn't really do that well. I almost took the Oscar, the OSCR, but I was too wrapped up, of course, in the CNEY. So Oscar has some room still, I guess. 2127 takes out 20. It's got some room to 2127. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. All I'm doing is just looking left on the weekly chart, see where a stock could keep going before it hits some kind of resistance. Well, I didn't get it under a dollar. Okay. Maybe we're starting to get some trends here, guys. XNCR, not bad in terms of a trend. So Nova's another, I guess this is another solar play. How's Tan doing right now? Solar ETF. Oops, the solar ETF. Yeah, still good. I mean, this was up about 3% in the pre-market, so now it's up 4%. So the solar stocks and the volume is, yeah, starting to pick up. So the solar stocks are definitely in play. How's First Solar doing? Sedge on its own, though, it had some news on its own. But in general, wow, look at First Solar, 6.8%. That's a big move with 101 million in the float. That's a big move. And the SEDG, which had news on its own. So that's up 10% with news on its own. Ooh, Oscar. OSCR. Another solar play, CSIQ on the move also. Uranium. I took some off of the CNEY. And I'm going to hold on, and just in case it pops through again, it's got to get through the 120 mark. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, look at the CNEY now. Through that 200-day, of course, it happened earlier. I think this is going to get halt. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. And I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. Okay. The CNEY. Anybody see any news at all? Not that it matters. Yeah, I don't see any news from Interactive Brokers. Guys, if you're in this one, you got to figure out how you're going to get out of it, how you're going to trade it. My idea is I'm going to hold just a little bit. I'm out most of it right now, but I'm going to hold maybe a little bit just in case it does something really crazy. But I'm out most of it right now. I took a few shares of it. So I just don't want to see it just collapse on me. But the next high looking left is 144 on the weekly chart. 312%. Wow. And look what happened. Yeah, look what happened. So I'm saying, guys, you got to be awfully careful. And it just got halted, I think, on the way down. It's going to get halted on the way down, I believe. Yeah. So now I am going to see what happens. I just have a little bit left. As I said, I wanted to hold on to a piece in case it did something really crazy. Not that up 252% is our problem is, of course, I'm not in it way down here. All right, on to the next one. So this is a uranium play. CCJ is a uranium play. So there's another uranium play, UEC. So the uranium. Let's take a look at the uranium. There's the uranium ETF, or at least one of them, and probably the big one. It trades a lot, 1.2 million, up 3.5%. Yeah, Peter, I see nothing. Yeah, on CNEY, I couldn't find any news on it. I have a feeling it's just one of those things in which traders who missed out on QH yesterday happened, seeing CNEY today in the pre-market, another China low float under $1, wondering, well, could it do something like QH did yesterday? So that's the only reason I took it or even looked at it. All right, BCTX just got halted again, guys. And now this one, I think, halted on the way up. Yeah, this halted on the way up this time. Wow, Oscar. Well, okay, maybe 20 is a good area. 1949, sorry, is the VWAP. So maybe a little pullback here is going to be a good thing. There's that Viridian VRDN. This was a great one yesterday. Still super active. Above yesterday's high now, 1903. Woof earnings play. Woof is an earnings play. Actually doing pretty well. Pre-market, it was actually down for the day. But then market opens and Woof is moving higher. 368 though. Looks like that could be resistance. A lot of shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers to short. Looks like that could be pretty decent resistance around that 370 mark for WOOF. Now, meanwhile, look at QH making new highs. Not market highs, or pre-market highs, of course, but so the BCTX, where it could open, according to Interactive Brokers, 173. Okay. So, Food King, when you say what happened to CNEY, what is that? What does the question really mean? You're asking why did it go up? Because you probably were not seeing any news. I think it's just a sympathy play from yesterday's QH. And if you're wondering why it dropped, profit taking. If that is the question. Okay, well, okay, I'm out of everything now. I'm out of it, basically where I got in. So at the beginning, but I will have an alert set for CNEY up around the, let's say 122. I want to see if it gets back up there, maybe later on. So it was not a catastrophic drop from the halt, which is a good thing, obviously. So here's another solar play. Boy, the solars are just great today. Run, Sedge, for solar, FSLR, CSIQ. If you don't want to look at an individual one though, Here's the solar ETF, TAN. Oof, fast morning. Well, it's only 10:05, but it seems like I've been for me, it seems like a couple of hours. Now, let's take a look at ZIM. ZIM. Yeah, I haven't, this is what I'm looking for, guys. I'm looking for this sort of a pattern. Look at the market. I mean, the market's doing this, and now I'm starting to see these large cappers that are doing this. And that was what was looking for, but of course, completely wrapped up in the CNEY, which was a good thing. Yeah. So the BCTX just opened, but it did not. Remember the this. It looked like it could have opened around the between 165 and 170, but and it just got halted, guys. Now it's on the way down. Halted on the way down. If you're ever, wondering, give a big clue as when a stock is going to get halted. If you have an IB, but even if you don't, I mean, all brokers must have time and sales. If you see a fast moving stock and then you see something like the bid is like 145, 146, and it seems to be stuck, you can almost rest assured that it's going to get halted. Now, what was happening? I was noticing 155, 156, 155, 156, and it wasn't moving. Almost impossible for a stock that is, traded 91 million shares to not be moving at all, either up or down. And so when I see that, that's when I almost for sure know a stock is going to get halted. So you guys are looking at Nvidia, okay? Nvidia, still over 100, I guess, right? Interesting. Yeah, with the SPY moving down, which of course is heavily tech laden. Nvidia moving up. Give me a mo- All right, now, guys, CNEY back over a dollar. What do I have for Lay's? Okay. Well, just resumed, didn't it? Yeah, this is a disaster. We had a tremendous day yesterday. Got up to 944. It was an AI play yesterday. RAI. Or, I just saw your question now. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it is halted. You're right. You're right. It is halted again. So 490. Wow, actually, interesting. So we might have a bouncing store here. I see what happened. For some reason, the server that I'm on, because it's not everybody, if a stock gets halted, if it resumes and then it gets halted, usually within about 30 seconds or 40 seconds, it's not showing up from on the server I'm on, which is crazy. Some of you, for instance, do you guys have the halt that have the halt resumes? You see the halt for Lay's? Crazy that the server I'm on. At any rate, this is in for a could have a bounce here. Okay, we're saying 505. There's the halt price at 462, 510. Whoa, CNEY, guys, is creeping up again. This is actually happening earlier than what happened with QH though. I mean, QH didn't start to move till 3 o'clock when it got over $1 again. Yeah, CNEY, which has won 4 races already. There's the 200-day moving average, 109 still. So now it's through it again. I'm a little reluctant to do it now. I'd rather, if I, now guys, if anybody who's in it, I wish you well, obviously. My, I'd rather see this thing kind of hang around this area for a while, and then later on in the afternoon explode to the high here, and then just take off. And that's why I have a price alert set up in this area. All right, let's take a look at Lazo. Where is this going to open? This is still looking good as a bounce now. Yeah, Oliver, I don't want to risk it, but I mean it looks still strong. I mean it's over that 109 now, but I'd much rather have that late day burst. Fillets, this is now going to be at least a 10-minute halt. I'm not sure when it got halted. I'm going to say it got halted around 10:06. Does that sound right, guys? Actually, I'm seeing 10 o'clock. So it looks like the halt was at, I'm sorry, yeah, 10:06 maybe. Well, I've got 504, Poe. Okay, 504. So that will be a big pop if that remains 502 now. It's halted at 462. Well, I haven't been able to concentrate on too many other things, but look at the PCT now. The PCT, this pure cycle, not a low float. That's a big move. Let's see if there's any. Oh yeah, this is the one that they did a financing. I think it was for something, 485 maybe. Well, it's way above the financing price, way above it. They raised $90 million. If I can find that price, I thought it was for something, for 469. Okay, 469. So they did a financing at 469, way above that price. Okay, guys. Well, I am going to now, what time is it now? 10:15. I'll go over my homepage and the scans you can find on it, including other information, of course. I'm going to do something maybe later on if it sets up, but I never, ever, ever do. But I may take a spy, long or short. Well, you see, seeing this on the spy, and probably you could take a look at like Shady's on the cues and all that with these buy and sell buttons right there. I'm going to explain all this. But there was a sell alert right there for the spy at 5:46. Okay, and I'm seeing this a lot on the spy that they set up. When you get these, they set up quite nicely. And I'm going to explain all this in a bit. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. As always, if you take out a subscription, please use my promo code, whatever it is. It will change from time to time, but that will really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that's what the company wants to see in order to keep the rooms free. Okay, well, if you're going to take out a subscription, just please use my code. If you do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. 10 short videos. That's off with the download and install. First start up and login. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert. It should be called a scan actually, but alert window and top list windows. Okay, two important ingredients. Great ideas. If you are new to trading, here's a series of videos that you can take a look at. Trading 101, all free. A series of videos that you can take a look at. All right. Do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. That's free, of course. And trade of the week is also free. Now, I noticed that eBay took out 60 later on in the day. Let's see if it's still over 60. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 60.53. So the trigger was 50.65, I think, or 50.60, something like that. So when you get the email, you'll get an email. It'll tell you what the trade of the week email. First, it'll identify it, and it'll also give you a suggested entry. I was talking about maybe waiting for a 60 break just to clear this. Actually, if you look on the weekly chart, just to clear this stuff, which is right around 60. But if you had taken it at 56, I want to say 60, is that right? I think it was 56.60 was the trigger. You'd be doing okay. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you do not feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you if you have Gmail, if you check your spam folder and it's not there, if you check your promotions folder in Gmail, it could be there. Okay. Education section is here. So here is our user guide. We have a great user guide. Here's like getting started, front and center. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, stock racing. Well, I'm going to go over these two races that I'm toggling back and forth on. Here's how you can create your own stock race based on your own parameters. Price alerts. Yes, I put price alerts on charts all the time. And watch lists. If you want to create a watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. There is obviously a lot more in this user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, okay? So don't get overwhelmed by that. Like any other software program, there's a lot to it, but you don't have to learn everything about the software. And daily support sessions. It's Wednesday today, isn't it? So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Works out perfectly. There are 5 days of the week that the market trades. We have 5 different traders that take over for me, 5 different traders who work at Trade Ideas who take over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. He many times listens to me. So but I will check to make sure it is him before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Last, here are my scans, guys. So if you're looking for my scans, we can identify things like CNEY early. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll to the middle, or scroll down, the middle section, here are the scans. So this is where we saw in the pre-market actives up, this is where we saw CNEY first in the pre-market, okay? Remember, we start getting data at 4 o'clock Eastern time. That's when we start getting our data. That's when I'm up, that would be 1 o'clock my time. I'm not crazy, so I get up around 4 o'clock my time. But anyway, that is where you can see all the ones that are moving in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up, either up or down, okay? So that's how we knew that CNEY could be the active, could be very active today. Now, here are the scans. I'm sharing a lot of scans, but here are the ones that I am actually displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is this one. The large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. I do not have this one sharing, displaying, but I am sharing it. This is the large cap losers from the start of the race, just basically the reverse of this. Here is the Halts resumes. Here's the Halts resumes. Where are we? Right there. Relative strength leaders on the close is right here. And the movers to the upside movers versus downside movers is here, okay? But as you can see, I am sharing other scans. I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. That'd be way, way, way too many scans, okay? But you might see something, you might want to take a look at bouncers stoppers, see what it's trying to alert you to. Bouncers stoppers, these are trying to alert, there are two scans in them. It's a multi-strategy window with a couple of scans. The bouncers looking for stocks that maybe have been beaten up, maybe starting to bounce, and the toppers, stocks that maybe have gone parabolic and maybe starting to drop. Okay, I don't have that one up and running. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I've got to pick and choose. I don't want to have so many. I want to pick and choose the ones I want to have up and running. But at a later time, maybe I'll not today, but maybe I'll load this one. Maybe next week. Maybe in the next couple of weeks. See what sort of alerts we're getting. And that's the same with any one of these that I don't have up and running right now. So when you say the color charts, are you talking about these colors? Okay, I'm talking to James in our main room. Are you talking about like these colors, like on the bars? Yeah, well, you can have it, but understand that it is an add-on, okay? It's a $50 a month add-on. Is go no go. These are the go no go charts, okay? It is a $50 a month add-on. So, I mean, but if you're interested in it, like, don't take out a subscription yet. Now you can get 15% off the first month only using my promo code. But what I would do is take a look at new, take a look at new, and then dock channel bar. And then here is the Go No Go Charts channel. Okay, so you click on that. And as I say to everybody, before you do anything, take a look at these two videos, watch the two videos, take a look at the text which explains what the color transitions are meant to represent. Okay, before you do it, because don't take out a subscription to something you don't know anything about. Now, after you watch these, if it makes sense for you to try it, go ahead. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it. And this is a $50 a month add-on. Okay. The reason it's an add-on is that this is not our technology. We're licensing it from the people who created it. They're going to go people who created it. And but what we've also done though, and I haven't had a chance to look at anything yet, is we've sort of value added it because there are other charting programs that they're licensing it to. But what we've done is we've also added scans that you can use. Okay, so these are more swing type scans that you see here. And you go new Go stocks. There are three of them, and there are three of them down here. These are the reverse. These are the ones that you might potentially short. But we also have a couple of intraday scans. Look at this, nothing's happening here. But we also have a couple of intraday scans, and these are sort of value add-ons to the Go No Go charts. So what do you mean by that, Food King? Yes, I see it just vanished for a while. What do you mean? Are you talking about CNEY? So CNEY is actually treating the way I kind of want it to. I would now, look if you're in this one, of course. I guess I hope it goes up for you right now. But for me personally, selfishly, I would hope that it just stays over $1 in this area. Maybe between $1 and $1.20, and then later on in the afternoon, you get the enthusiasm coming back, and it just explodes right through this high. It may not happen. I'm not going to anticipate it's happening, but that would be my sort of my dream scenario for it. Yes. Okay. So Misa. So the trade wave that we're talking about here. So there's a few things. Okay. First of all, it would really help if you're on the latest beta. In fact, I don't know if I think you have to be on the latest beta. It's not just really helping. Okay. So you are. So this is for anybody. Okay. I'm going to explain what these little colors are right there. The orange and that blue, and sometimes you get a sell or a buy flag. Okay, I'm going to explain this right now. So you have to be on the latest beta. Now you'll know what you're on if you click on help from our toolbar. Click on help from the toolbar and click on help and then about. And that'll tell you what you're on. I'm on a development version, but you have to be on 5.6.95. Okay, if you're not, you have to download the latest beta. Before me, so just let me show people how they can do that. You can go to my home page. So if you go to my home page, right at the top here, there's the download, and here's the beta. Okay, you must be on the latest beta in order for you to see what we call the trading. What's it called again? The trade wave. Whoa, there's CNEY. I mean, I got my. This is just exploding now, guys. Shoot, I shouldn't say that. I know there are probably some that are still in it, so I don't want to be that selfish, but it looks like it's going to get halted. Yeah, I just you just tell. Just got halted. Well, congrats if you're still in it. Okay, so that's how you download the latest beta. Okay, just click on the download. Now, when you've done that, take your chart, okay, and you must do this on your chart. You right click and you must check use browser interface. It must be checked. More than likely, it's not checked. Well, it could be checked. I don't know. But if it isn't checked, check it. Okay. Once it's checked, then you should see an option that says FX in this line of options here, the buy and the sell button. So if you move over a little bit, there should be an option that says FX. Now, if there's not an option that says FX, then you're either not on the latest beta or you have not checked use browser interface. And if you click on FX, then the option is to choose Trade Wave. Okay, Trade Wave. Now give it a moment. Sometimes when you click on it, you're not going to see it instantly. But just give it a moment, even like 10 seconds. And when you do that, then you should start to see these colors. Okay, but more importantly, you should start to see eventually some buy and sell buttons. Okay, or flags. We'll call them flags. Okay, so let me know if that worked, Lisa. Anybody else? Okay. And you can see you're not going to get buy and sell flags all the time. You know, don't think, well, I clicked on an alert. Where are they? Well, they're not setting up or hasn't set up to give you a buy or sell flag based on the pattern it's saying. Okay. But you can see right there on the SPY, what I've been noticing, and I don't trade the SPY very often. Well, never. Not just very often, never. Let's take a look at the Qs. I know Shady's shorted the TQQ. Let's see if it. Yeah, there you go. Sell right there. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. Well, I do see that PLC did. This was really choppy at the beginning of the day. PLCE. Now QH, guys, QH is making a high here, a market high. Okay, I call it market high. Obviously not a pre-market high. Pre-market high was way up here at 389. Let's see where CNEY could open. No big clue, 125. No big clue. All right, Poe, you and your fool, LASE. Yeah, wow. So you took this when it came out of the halt? Is that what you did? One moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. So let me let me go over a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, and first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I'm usually I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and quarter to three. Now, William said he'll be in the room in the afternoon. He had an appointment this morning, and I mentioned William because he usually can keep the room open till four. So when I leave, the room is still open. That's the main room, not YouTube. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? We are fantastic at finding we're real-time alert scanner. That's what we are. So let me explain what I mean by that. This is an alert window. I right click on it, click on configure and summary. So many screening programs are out there. We screen, of course, we can do it all that, but where we take it a step beyond is real-time alerting. Okay. So in this particular scan, this is what the scan is looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three. That means it's got to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Right now it's 10:36 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scan because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay. So the bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for MSB at 10:35 plus 51 seconds. It is now quite 2 minutes later. So since then, there it goes again. So it just made another new high. Okay, that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. So this stock met all these filter requirements and just made a new high for the day. Okay, that's how this works. All real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, it's on my homepage. It's the Momo scan on my homepage. You want to make changes? Of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's a filter you want to add. Maybe there's something in here you don't like. Take it out. Or maybe there's, again, a filter that you might want to add. It's completely up to you. If you like this the way it is, great. I'm not certainly forcing you to take this because this is what I like. And wow, there's a CNEY, guys. Just made, see what's happening? I mean, met all the filter requirements and just made another new high for the day. That is what Trader is so good at doing. That work makes it great. Okay. Okay, now let me talk a little bit about these races that you're seeing here. Okay, now I'm toggling back and forth. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance really to take a look at these races here. I really wanted to take a look at the large cap gainers from the start of the race, and even on a day in which the market is doing this, we're seeing stocks doing this, which we didn't see yesterday. The market was moving down yesterday also, and then of course I had the big rally at the end. Well, I didn't see a lot of stocks that had decent trends. Seeing a lot more today in the large cap gainers. I just haven't been able to follow them. Just concentrating so much on the CNEY. So anyway, what are the races all about? Well, I want to demonstrate from this one. These are two different races. Okay, I'll explain what the differences are. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, notice I'm running a 4-minute race. So when this race is over, another one will start. You can create your own if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, uh, go to the education section, and then go to the guide, and you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing, how you can create your own race based on your parameters. This is what I want to see in my race, and I'll explain it. So CNEY is at the top of the leaderboard right now. It's moved 3% since the start of the race. So a minute and a half ago, okay, when that race started, CNEY has moved 3%. Okay. Now BKY has taken over the top in the leaderboard. It's up 4%. And that's what happens. At the end of the race, a winner will be declared. And notice what happens. Automatically, a top 10 list is built for you. You'll see eventually 10 stocks in here. made up of the stocks that win the most races. Interestingly, CNEY and QH, those two low flow China stocks, have won the most races so far. So what this does for you really is gives you a stocks just to focus on all day long. Now these are volatile stocks, okay? So if you have some trading experience, no problem probably trying to figure out a way to trade these. If you're new to trading though, even though these are the most exciting ones, these are the most volatile, and they can be a real challenge to try to trade if you're new to trading. Now, what I'd be doing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on the alert on the stock. You see something starting to move up, click on it. Even if or click on any one of the ones that you see here. See what's happening. There's the CCJ uranium play. You might be looking at this and going, "Wow, okay, it's sort of basing a little bit. What if it takes up the high of the day? Maybe it could run." When you look at a weekly chart, look at the next high is around 44.50. And CCJ is probably, I'm looking at URA, which is probably the major ETF for the uranium stocks. My guess is that CCJ is a big percentage of it. I always consider it the leader of all the uranium plays out of Saskatchewan. Okay, so my idea then would be if you're looking to play uranium, number one is I would have URA up as a thumbnail chart to check to see, making sure the sector is still strong. So now the question you should have right now is, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? So all races start from a top list window. Okay, so if I right click on this race and I notice there's an option that says open top list, I'll click on that, and on my other monitor it popped up. This is the top list window that this is based on. Notice when I right click on this top list window, there's the option to launch the real-time stock race. So that's why you can create your own top list with the parameters that you like. In this particular top list, this is what I'm looking for. I right click on it and click on configure and then summary. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the price is volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock then that will appear in this long list of stocks. There's a big list of stocks that meet all those parameters. Okay. So before we had races, the reason why a person might use a top list window is a classic question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, you can sort on any column header, as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So for instance, I've got C%, which is the change from yesterday's close. If I double left click on it, you can see that CNEY is up 312% from yesterday's close, BCTX 119%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most since their opening trade of the day, in other words, the change from the open, as long as I have the column header, I can sort on it. So if I double left click, there CNEY is also the one that has moved the most since its opening trade of the day. But look at this, Wolf has moved 25%. It's in second place. So this is maybe nice information to know, and maybe that's you want to trade, and that's what a lot of this is. The relative strength leaders focusing on those sort of stocks. But what the race does is, what if let's see, let's take a look. Verona, okay, VRNA. I've seen this one in the past in a pretty active stock. What if VRNA, which is right now, it disappeared, ZIM, okay, ZIM. Trying to find one. There's Verona. It moved up a little. Okay, so there's VRNA. It's up 4.1% from the opening trade of the day. So what if all of a sudden, though, for whatever reason, VRNA, well, look at it right now. It's up 4.4%. But what if it just kept moving? It was up 5%, 6%, 10%, 15%. For some reason, it just started to move. Well, how could you possibly know that, right? Huge list of stocks. What are you going to do? Try to elongate this, and try to stare and find out, trying to see the stock that's moving up the most? Well, you don't have to do that. That's what the race does. The race does all that for you. It doesn't care whether the stock is at the top of the leaderboard in terms of up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Okay, all it cares about. And Trady, I think, said that APDN trigger for him, as an example, it's at the top here. It's up 3.5%. It's only a 6-cent move. It's a cheap stock. But sometimes you're going to guarantee the CNEY earlier on was having tremendous percentage moves. Okay, so this one, can show stocks that are really moving in terms of percentage moves. And you can see APDN just won, so that's the second race. That's the second race that it won. Okay. So another way to start using this is if you're more of a pullback player. Okay. So let's take a look at, I don't know, Oscar won a race. Click on it. Okay, this could be interesting. So there's the VWAP 1953, okay, for Oscar OCR. If you were a VWAP player, now it's below it, but imagine if it had been pulling back, it pulled back. It's not up high anymore, but it pulled back. And what if the VWAP had kind of held it, acted as support? We see that quite a bit. If you're that sort of a player, maybe you like to take that and see how if the VWAP holds it as support and bounces off it. Now, in this particular case, it actually broke down through the VWAP. You might have looked at that and said, well, I'm going to short it. Okay, so this is how you can take a look at any one of the stocks here and see what it is doing. This FBLG was super active yesterday. You can see what it did yesterday. It's above yesterday's high. It's near the highs. Maybe it gets going again. Okay, so, click on any of the alerts that you see here in the top 10 list. Check to see what's happening. So that's that race. Okay, now the big difference between this race and the large cap gainers, what I did was, and you're not gonna see nearly as big a list. I'm gonna open the top list. So look at this. This is it. Okay, today. Now we'd see a lot more here. But what I did was I added a couple of filters in here compared to this race, the race I was just showing you. So I added two filters. The market cap has to be at least half a billion, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Consequently, and also the volume today has to be at least 500,000. But consequently, you're just not going to see the big percentage moves typically. You know, every now and then you might see one that has a big percentage move, but it's tough, with a float like that and a market cap to see like massive percentage moves. It doesn't mean though that these are not great to follow. All it means really is that they're less volatile, which if you're starting out trading might be a better thing to follow. Okay, they're just not, you're not going to get the big CNEY pop and then the drop under a dollar and then the pop over $1.20 and then maybe another drop over under a dollar. You're not going to see that sort of stuff usually in the large cap gainers. So, but you can see also a top 10 list is automatically built for you. So now you can start watching these ones all day long. Gives you some focus, okay? Thank you, Dip Buyer. So yeah, so CCJ, as Dip Buyer is saying, is 22% of URA. So, as as CCJ moves, URA typically is going to move the same way. Okay, guys, so this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. I mean, if I'm in something, if I'm in a trade or I'm busy doing something and I have to attend to, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, that's not the case. I can always answer questions. If it's an accounting type question, if it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer it, but I can direct you to the proper parties. Okay. If you're looking for a type of scan, I may have something for you. If not, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas might, in which case I give you an email which you can ask for that type of scan, and they might have it. But again, don't be shy, okay? So here's Sedge pulling back. So now look at that sell button right there. Now, interesting. Now, what's it pulling? Now, actually, see, it broke down through the VWAP. So if you're a VWAP type player, you might look at that and say, okay, well, wait a minute. Maybe as it was moving down into it, if you had clicked on this earlier, and you're going to watch and say, well, can the VWAP at 1933 hold this stock? Well, look, it obviously didn't, and so you could have turned around and said, well, instead of playing it for a bounce, I'm going to play it for a short. Now we had conflicting, buy and sell right there, but eventually the sell definitely, especially probably moving with the market too. Okay, guys, I am now going to talk a little bit about the scan, the Go Momo scan. Okay, this is the intraday that you can use if you have Go Momo, if you have the GNG, the Go No Go charts. Okay, see if I can find one that really identifies. Perfect. Okay, so what this scan does is looking for a very, very specific pattern. So the pattern it's looking for is orange. Okay, now if you see orange on the chart, it's basically telling you don't trade this stock yet. Okay, we don't see an advantage either going long or short. Then, if, and this is what the pattern is looking for, it's looking for orange and then that cyan, if you can see on this 3 minute chart, CNEY, that color there, I call it cyan, and then blue. Looking for that pattern or directly from orange to blue. So either orange, cyan blue, or orange blue. If it sees that pattern, we're going to get an alert. Now, other filters have to be met, okay, because there could be thousands of these all day long. So we have other filters, but that's what the pattern is looking for. So you can see that CNEY met that right here. Would have had an alert about 117. Now, this I'm just showing that this is what it's looking for, and the theory being that orange means don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. Cyan means okay, we're starting to see a trend change to the bullish side. Okay, the bullish side, and then blue means okay, now we're starting to see a stronger trend. You're right. You might want to start looking to try to see if you can figure out a way to go long. Okay, that's what it all means. And you can see NEY now, guys. Now on the short side is just the reverse. Orange again means don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. So if it goes from orange directly to deep purple or orange, and then you see that pink. You could have orange and then pink and then deep purple, or orange and then purple. That is the pattern it's looking for. That's for the downside. Because again, if you see orange and then you see pink, it's saying, okay, we're starting to see a weakening, a weak trend beginning. And then the deep purple is saying, okay, now we're seeing a pretty strong weak trend. Now, does that all work? Of course not. Okay. I mean, I'd love to say that, okay, the minute you see this deep purple, just pile into the trade and short it. I mean, of course, it's not as easy as that, but at least it's giving you the idea, and then you can start watching. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of the other. See if I can find anything now from. Now, I'm a little reluctant to go try to go long any one of these things, even though a lot of them had, especially now, earlier on. But I got to wait to see if this market maybe holds its 540 level and maybe bounces. I'm actually looking now to see if we get a pattern for a potential bounce. So if this went from orange, orange, from the deep purple to maybe orange, this orange, saying, okay, we're not quite seeing, advantage going short or long, and then maybe orange to the cyan, and then maybe from there to the blue. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I have no idea. Saw that yesterday. In fact, let me see how that worked yesterday. Let's see if I can bring up a big chart. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I just want to see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Why am I not seeing it? Just give me, maybe I'm on the wrong time frame. Just give me a moment. Well, unfortunately, I can't see. I don't know what time frame I was on. I can't seem to see those flags. But what happened yesterday, you can see with the SPY. Yesterday with the SPY, if you recall, we look at a 15-minute chart. But we had that big, big, big downturn, and I saw a sell. Okay, I saw a sell flag. It obviously wasn't the 15-minute. I saw a sell right around here, which would have been an awesome short. But then a buy right there. Now this is probably right around here. So you had the sell on the SPY, and then you had the buy and the buy. I mean, look what happened. But the sell worked very well also. The buy probably worked better because I think it was more, became way more extended, a bigger move. So that's what I'm kind of waiting to see if we get here on the SPY. All right, now let's take a look at anything else. Is certainly nothing. There's the APDN. Let's see, we'll go for Shady. I think you're still in it, but give me a moment. All right, guys. It's MGRM. I'm seeing this one. MGRM. It's MoneyGram or something. No. Yeah, it is. Monogram. Sorry, Monogram. MGRM. So, I mean, you can kind of see if it can take out this 388. That's the next high looking left on the weekly chart, and it's got room to almost $5. So that's all I'm going to do is just an alert around that area and see if later on in the day, maybe tomorrow, it does take that out. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So again, with the transitions here, so what this is telling you, this little pink now, it's basically suggesting, okay, that the, that very strong weak trend is not as strong on the weak side right now. Okay, that's what it's trying to tell you. Okay, so that if you were in this trade on the short side, I'm just explaining what the go no go charts are trying to tell you. You don't have to listen to me, and I'm not suggesting to get out of the short or anything like that. But it's what this is suggesting is maybe lighten up on it, okay? Because it's suggesting that that strong downtrend is not a strong down anymore right now. Now, if that turned into, remember what I was saying, if it turns into that orange bar, that basically then would be suggesting, well, I'm not saying an advantage one way or the other, and then it turns into blue, and I get a buy flag, I'm taking it. I'm going to take the trade. The nice thing is that it's very simple to know where to put a stop. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look at the SPXL. Yeah. So yeah. So I'm not. Yeah. There it is. There's a little buy. You're right. There. Dip. Are you using this? Are you using the Trader Wave? Trade Wave? Yeah. There's a little buy right there. No. No buy. No buy on the five. Okay. Now, of course. It depends on the time frame. Let's think. Get a 3 minute time frame. Yeah, there you go. On a 3 minute. Okay, on a 3 minute, there's a little buy button. You want a little more confirmation, perhaps, and that's why I'm kind of sticking to a five. And again, it doesn't mean when you get the buy that it's just going to rip higher. Okay, but yeah, it's sort of like having a like what Dip Buyer is talking about. He's been using low and over charts for a while now. It's a bit of a safety blanket. It gives you a little more confidence in what you're seeing with these color transitions. I mean, look, does it mean just because you get the transition that it's absolutely going to work in that direction? Of course not. Okay, there's no such thing as 100% certainty of anything. But I'm with Dipwire. It's giving me a little sense of more confidence in taking trades than I had before. Anybody catch Oscar? Let's see, Oscar the top. So Oscar now is still below the VWAP. Okay, we're talking about that one. There's the buy button right there on the 3 minute. But my problem with it is that it could, 1951. It's not far. I mean, it's only 16 cents away, 17 cents away from the VWAP. So I would not take that trade, even though I see a buy button. Doesn't mean I'm blindly going to take a trade just because I see a buy button. I also have to make sure I understand what I'm looking at, and is there anything that could block it that's fairly close? And in my opinion, the VWAP is at 1951. The VWAP could act as resistance moving higher. It could. So what I'm going to do with Oscar is I will put an alert around that area, which is at the high right there. Okay. Now, this is another scan that Michael created, okay, intraday for now it's more like a top list. It looks the same as this, but these are real-time alerts, okay? This is more like this one is called neutral and waiting. So what it's looking for are stocks that are, and let's see if he's up the relative volume, probably. I asked him to up the relative volume. What he's looking for are stocks that have got on a 3 minute chart at least three consecutive orange bars. Could have more. And now this to me looks like we're in a bit of a downtrend here. You see a sell button there. I can't take this short because there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. But if there had been, I'd be inclined to take a short. What it's trying to do is jump the gun a little bit on this one, where you get a transition from orange to the color. This is showing you, okay, it's starting to base here, but if you start to see a downtrend, you can maybe anticipate that okay, in a downtrend, it's more than likely when you start moving down and get that color, maybe going to pink. It doesn't absolutely have to happen, but hopefully I'm explaining this in a way in which makes sense. I mean, this is not a tremendous downturn, but we do see a sell button there. But the problem is I can't short it because there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, again, still nothing on the 5 minute, okay? But let's take a look at the 3 minute. Probably the buy button is there. I'm trying to, yeah, there's the buy button right there. That's on a 3 minute chart. Now, it hasn't moved a huge amount yet, but I think the alert would have been around 542, 542, say 542.07. So it's at 542.66 now. And you can kind of see this is the Ripster cloud. Okay. I know this is getting a little complicated, but remember that Ripster is a channel. There's the Ripster channel. Okay. Where are you? And if you want it, and a video pops up here. I hear Michael talking, about a five minute video, so you can take a look at the video and explains what the Ripster channel is all about. And you can see these clouds in different colors. So in tandem with Go No Go and the trader, I gotta remember what it's called. I keep forgetting. Trade Wave. Gotta drill that into me. This is all brand new. The Trade Wave is brand new. I don't know about that Casa though. I mean, I don't know if somebody who's brand new to trading could try to go and look at options right now. I mean, I may be wrong, but I probably want to understand chart patterns and all that first. but that's my opinion. Not really things to do in Hawaii. I'm talking to things to do in Hawaii in our YouTube room. Switching from interactive brokers. No, not really. I mean, and I'm not even sure they're available in Canada, Centerpoint or Cobra. Anyway, I think Centerpoint might be available in Canada now, but no, it really doesn't bother me that much. I've said this before. A lot of times, not having the ability to short some of these stocks has worked out a lot better for me. You're talking about what I just mentioned, Greg. Just click on new. Okay, click on new, and then drop channel bar. Okay, and then click on the Ripster channel, and the video will launch. You'll start to hear him talk. Pop on my other monitor, but it automatically launches. Okay, okay. So it's not the scan; it's a video that you did about the scan. If that's what you're talking about? Okay. Yeah, Jackie. Yeah, I should always mention that we have a simulator. Okay, we have a trading simulator. It looks kind of like I'm just getting a little one. I think yeah, it is Jamie today. He just indicated that he will be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes, guys. A little less than 45. I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I always enjoy talking to Jamie on Wednesday. So yeah, we have a simulator, okay, that you can practice trading on, and it's called Brokerage Plus. You must be using our downloadable application. And you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You may have different column headers, but the principle is the same. And all you do when you load Brokerage Plus, it'll probably say not connected. Okay, right there. All you have to do then is click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. There's two options. One's live, one's Sim for simulation. Click on Sim. It should turn to paper trading. And now you can start practicing trading. Okay, it uses our real-time data. When you click on an alert, I'll click on AES. I'll click on AES. And why is it not? Might have to reload it. There we go. Okay, just had to reload the Brokerage Plus. So notice when I click on anything I see, any alert that I see, it's going to load in the order of entry right there. Click on ASCS. It loads in the order of entry. Now I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can now, excuse me, I can either pick from this drop-down menu, or I can obviously put the exact number of shares I want to trade. Bid ask is good, only a couple cents. Let's take 100 shares just to show you how it works. So you click on buy, and then send. And now, there you are. You're in the trade. This is in the simulator, ASTS, in the trade. These are Riley and MOBX. I can't remember when I did these, but this again, this is just in the simulator, showing people how it works. Now you can practice trading, okay? And if you want to practice swing trading, kind of like this, is if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then you just, it becomes a swing trade. To get out of a trade, you just highlight. I'll get out of this one. Just highlight what you want to get out of and flatten. Flatten gets you out of a trade. These are some very minor hotkeys we've got here. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your position, or you could double your position. Okay? I'm going to get out of this one also. So now I'm just in the simulator. I'm just in the ASTS. You start off with $100,000, okay, to play with. All right, guys. Well, actually, CNEY is kind of doing what I wanted to do now. I got up into the 30s, pulled back. Who cares? I don't care about that sell button. I don't have shorts available, but I would not want to try to short this anyway. It's way too volatile for me. So now, best case scenario for me, I'm going to stick an alert around 133. Is that later on in the afternoon, see how the volume is tapered off on the 3 minute, on the 15 minute? Look how it's tapered off. What we want to see is the enthusiasm coming back into it, and the enthusiasm will be represented by an increase in volume. Okay, so that's what I hope what might happen later on in the afternoon. I haven't. Oh, there it is. There's NNE. Okay, NNE. Yeah, nice. Wow, great move. This, is this on the? It's not a large. It's not a low. It's not a high float. Okay, or it's a low float, 17 million. Remember, in this one, it has to be at least 50 million. So that's why it was not showing up here. But yeah, straight up, straight up. Oh, these guys are trying to knock it down. Nano Nuclear Energy may have committed fraud, and the Shaw. These guys are everywhere. Shaw Law Firm urges shareholder participation in a case. How's SMR doing? Are they both doing well? The other, yeah. So SMR and NNE are both doing well, guys. Okay, NNE a lot better, up 1.9%. These are these small modular reactors, nuclear technology. They're both in the same sector, but NNE is up 24%. The other one is lagging. So actually, that's interesting. The other one is lagging. Now, maybe this has specific news. I don't see any specific. Okay, well, they did have some news, okay? They did have some news this morning that I'm seeing. So, I don't know who GNS is, and I'm not gonna try well, I'm gonna try Gesellschaft. Oh, obviously a German must be a German firm. Gesellschaft für Nuklear Service, so GNS. So they're have a deal with them, and that's why I guess the stock is moving higher today. Anybody German who speaks German in the room? How'd I do? So guys, just the one trade for me today, but it was a doozy. The CNEY play, play. Now I'm getting a sell signal for play. Not you can't see it here, but I am getting a bit of a sell signal for play. Let's see, 29.35. So that's at the low of the day now. This is an earnings play. The only scan I've got up and running that you don't see, well, the momentum scan, I've shown you this one. The only other one I've got, and it doesn't give me too many alerts over the course of the day. This is the one that you have normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break, the Pepe scan. Okay, don't get too many alerts. It's a combination of a 10-day daily break and option abnormality in terms of trade. I don't trade options, but just show it. Well, for instance, look at play as an example. So the option volume today, 19,608 traded so far. Big deal. Is that abnormal? Yes, it is. That's 5.5 times normal, 553% of normal. So it's just another way of identifying stocks that are trading abnormally using its option volume. I'm not trading the option at all, but it's just another way to identify stocks that are trading abnormally when you look at how its option activity for the day. And typically, that's what you see when a stock has earnings. That's when they have a day in which they kind of explode. If they do trade options, usually that day that they have earnings, their option volume will explode. Whereas something like CNEY doesn't trade options. You can see right there, zero. It's not an optionable stock. And relative volume, only 1,959 times normal. 200. You know what, guys? This might even eclipse QH's yesterday. Yeah, it's a lower float too. Let's take a look at QH. I think it did 300 million yesterday, right? 346 million. So so this one did 346 million shares yesterday, and already we are only 2 hours. So we're about a third of the way of the market, and this has done 200 million shares. So I mean, I'm not saying it's going to keep up, but I can do some quick math. That would equate to, I mean, if the trajectory remained the same, I don't think it's going to because look how it's scaling off a bit. And that would be like 600 million shares. Amazing. And it has a lower float, about half the float of the other one, 2.3 versus 4 point something. Yeah. Boy, is this an ugly IPO, guys. TDTH IPO'd yesterday. No enthusiasm. However, I still have my alert set up here. 475. That was a high of yesterday. So if it takes that out sometime, maybe this week, maybe next week, maybe it gets going. This is it. An IPO out of Singapore. So I'll be honest. What I'm looking for is I see the buy, but I want to see a blue. I also want to see. I want to see that big transition because that might get it really going. I might be late, but I just want a little more confirmation. Boy, Wolf has had a great, great day. Wolf has had a great day. I mean, it has been it's been straight up on the 15-minute chart. You know what? And I'm wondering, did this show up here in the large cappers? Yeah, so it may start showing up. It may start showing up because the float is 150 million. The minimum market cap has to be 500 million. So, we multiply 4 by 150, that gets up to 600 million. So until it got to this level of the 4 level, when it was at 3 level, it was underneath. So 3.5. I think we might start to see Wolf here, and it's a cheap one with a big market cap now. Still has a little room. 452 on the weekly chart. That's what we were seeing. That sort of a trend we were seeing a lot in the large cap gainers. I would say, I started looking at this about 4 weeks ago. It was only, I think, on Friday and the first 2 days of this week that I didn't really see that sort of a, marked trend. So that is a big move for Wolf. I mean, 34% with 150 million in the float, that is a big move. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, as David in our YouTube room was saying, I don't have the. I wonder if it was only that number, but you're right though. We're seeing so many stocks now, especially well, obviously they have to be super low floats that can be up 2, 3, 400% in a day. We're seeing, so I would even say several a week, but and you're suggesting I'm talking to David in our YouTube room that maybe we only saw about three or five a year before 2020. It's possible. I know there's a computer somewhere that could figure that out, but I'm surprised we're not getting a. Well, my guess is maybe on a 3 minute chart. Yeah. See, now we're getting that orange. Nice bounce. I mean, nice bounce. That 540 level really looked like good support for the SPY for a while anyway. Really, a Viking, oh, Viking Therapeutics. Oh, okay, Viking Therapeutics. What is that? Is that what's the symbol? Rich? Is that VK? Well, you know what I can do? Just start typing VKT. Okay, and that's what you're talking about. Yeah, J.P. Morgan initiate. So they're starting coverage with a target price of $80 for VKTX. Doesn't mean it's getting there. Those of you who are new, just because JP Morgan is suggesting that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Well, I know I've missed a lot of great setups, guys, but I'm happy enough to do what I did earlier. A lot of distraction. And the other thing is that when the market was doing this, I was pretty reluctant to take a look at anything going long, even though most of these stocks. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, I mean, most of these stocks really weren't that affected by the market. Ah, Oscar. There it was, guys. That was, you see, that's what I'm saying. A little bit distracted because I had my alert set at the VWAP at 1952 and it hit it. And I recall it hitting, but I just took my eye off it. So are you okay, Shah? Are you talking about the one that I don't use and I haven't used it for years now? But are you talking about our RGB or just in general? It is a three. It is in general. It is a three candlestick pattern. Yes. Or you've got, say, a green bar. Now, I don't know how that works on or a green candle. I don't know how it works on bars, to be honest. But I'm sure I can't believe it. I can't imagine it won't be any different. But yeah, so you've got, say, a green candle, and then you've got a red candle that is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then the next candle, the third candle, is green, moving at above the high of that red candle. That is, yeah, that is a red bar ignored. That's a red bar ignored. So you got a green bar. Let's see if I can find one. But I'm not using, I mean, it's the same. It doesn't matter whether I'm using candles or bars. Problem is, I'm using I'd have to get rid of this, okay? I'd have to get rid of the org charts, which I don't want to do. But yeah, that's basically what it is. It's a three candle candlestick pattern, either on the upside or the downside, and it doesn't really matter what time frame you use. So Shaw, did that answer your question? And the reverse, of course, is just say a red candle, and then the next candle is green, totally engulfed by the previous red candle, and then the third candle is red. And it's just a matter of sort of thinking of it this way. You've got a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend, and then the downtrend continues. See, here's a classic one right now, guys. Now there's a buy button there, but it was on an orange, so you'd like to, it'd be great if you get them all lining up, okay? Buy button, blue, okay? But there's the pattern though. There's the orange. Next bar is blue, and that's for the yin, YNN. So if you want to be excessively picky, you know, when you get a buy button, I mean, I mean, go no go is telling you don't take the trade. Now, obviously, if you'd taken the trade right there, it would have been great. Okay. But if you want to be really picky, maybe don't take it. Maybe you can take it if it's at least cyan. Okay. Maybe it doesn't have to be blue, but at least cyan with that blue button or the blue flag. All right, guys, 11:46. I've got another 14 minutes or so before I do take my break, and that's between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Oh, this is the China Bull. Okay, the China Bull. Okay, that's the. So let's take a look at KWeb. Interesting. That's a three times version, but here's KWeb. So, you know, basically flat. Yeah, I haven't really been following that. I mean, if I see it, but again, I can't really see it using the go no go charts, can I? I'm talking about the red bar or green bar ignored. What a strong stock today, guys. Is Pure Cycle, a 32% move. They did a financing. Financing was, I think, around four. It was 469. So way above the financing price. I mean, way above it. All right, this is another one. Low float, probably. Yeah, EGIO, not China though. EGIO over a dollar at a big down day. Wow, down a few weeks. It was $11 a couple of weeks ago. And yesterday it got down to all the way down to wow 63 cents. Imagine $11 down to 63 cents in 2.5 weeks. All right, guys. So I'm just getting ready. What I'm going to do, Jamie sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than noon. So I just want to put my announcement up here. I'm still here until he shows up, of course, but I just want to put my announcement. Now, for those of you who are intra, interested in micro scalping, I'm not sure Jamie is, I don't know how much he's been doing over the last month or so. But he is somebody. Well, I'll talk to him. I hope he took that CNEY. I mean, that should have been right up his alley. But I'll ask him if he did that. That was not a microscope, though. He's somebody who can take a look and maybe a stock that's at a dollar, take a lot of shares and get out, dollar three, dollar four. That is not my style. And there's nothing wrong with that style, but if you're new to trading, that's very hard. And he'll say that. He will definitely say that is you've got to take a lot of shares. You really got to know what you're doing. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Okay, I'm still here, but funny, I haven't even looked at what the market. So the bit of a disconnect now with the SPY moving higher, or like taking a bit of a run here. So Nas is still down. A lot of Nas stocks are in the SPY, but look at the Dow though. The Dow is getting thumped. So the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. John, are you talking to me? Oh, I don't have a setup at all. I have no idea. I mean, you can send something info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, and maybe ask that question. Oh, I see. Okay, no, I have no idea. I'm not a swing trader, as you know. I would not do that also, though. It's just not my style. So what I'll do now is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Jamie if you'd like to. He'll be there probably about 5 minutes or so. But you understand that Dan doesn't really believe in stops a lot. Yeah, I mean, I just can't trade like him. And the other thing that I have seen is that, yeah, to me, the money gets tied up way too long. I mean, he'll hold that, he can hold things for months. It's just not my style. So if you're looking for a reason for the SPY drop, okay, so after the sticky core CPI shaves odds of a supersized rate cut, okay, so that's the theory. That's why, I mean, some were talking maybe they'll even drop half a point as opposed to 0.25 or 25 basis points or 50 basis points instead of 25 basis points. When is that? Next week? FOMC, is that next week? Not hard though, John. I mean, obviously, you just have to have one filter, put maybe less than 5 million as the float. Okay, guys. Well, maybe that bounce is now over. And I'm glad I didn't take it. I mean, I wanted to see a better transition, but it would have had the alert about 541. It would have been pretty good. I mean, I would have been about 4 points on the SPY. And I just heard a little pop. I think Jamie's in our YouTube room now. So, guys, I have put the YouTube link in. So, Jamie is there now. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And now, Mr. Jamie, how the heck are you today?
Hello, buddy. How you doing?
Hello, Jamie. Trying to mimic that voice.
I'm
Now,
afraid I would fall short.
well, I'm trying to mimic your voice. That's what I was trying to do. Now, tell me, Jamie, tell me you took
Yes.
CNEY.
Oh, no. I heard you
What?
talking about that one. Let's see. Let's just take a peek here.
I would have thought that'd be right up your alley.
Well, if I was focusing on those types of plays this morning, sure, it would have been, but it was not. I was just dilly-dallying around with some of the thicker stocks,
Oh,
right?
okay.
But hey, it was an interesting morning, and the interesting thing is, let's see, what was my compare count reading? That thing was dead on this morning. Um, let's see here. Give me a moment. Uno momento, por favor. You know what? The well, Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it.
Twitter, always be Twitter for me. I don't care what
Okay,
anybody
so
says.
after the first 15 minutes, we had a 60% bearish count. And of course, you can see what the market did, right off the bat. So it was very eye-opening today.
Yeah, quite the day. I mean, that CPI number came out at 8:30. It looked like the market was going to tank immediately. Then it completely recovered, and then I guess I don't know, some sort of reality came in. I mean, I posted some information. If you look, people are always looking. Well, why did that happen? Why did that happen? I mean, the CPI number came out, didn't look that bad,
Yeah.
but I guess it wasn't as good as some of the analysts, quote unquote analysts, wanted, who are looking maybe for a 50 basis point reduction, and now it looks like it'll only be the 25. I guess that's the reason, if you're looking for some kind of reason.
Yes, the voodoo number wasn't quite as voodoo-y as they wanted it, or less voodoo, or more voodoo. Right. Smoke and mirrors,
Yeah,
I
whatever.
just chuckle at these economic numbers because, well, yeah.
What do they really mean?
Yeah, what do they
What do
mean?
they
They mean
really
nothing.
mean?
The market reacts to them, but
Yep.
in all reality, it's just
Which, Jamie, is
babble.
excellent for us. Okay,
Yes,
it's
yes.
excellent for us who are intraday traders. I mean, imagine if the market would just sort of, traded in a range. Well, even though a lot of the stocks that we look at, of course, these low floaters, they don't give a rip about what the market's doing. But in general, I mean, if the market was just sort of, I mean, you've been trading long enough, Jamie, to know that, back in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, man, if you didn't do anything in the first half hour, you must just pack it in.
Exactly. The open was the time to print.
Yeah.
And then it just really died off after that. But
Exactly.
And now the market is,
oh, awesome! It's really awesome.
And most of the action comes after the first 30 minutes.
Yes,
just a bunch of
yes,
chop.
I agree completely. It gives, certainly you get the biggest bang for your buck if you catch the right one right off the bat, but it's awfully hard to do that, in my opinion. I used to try, and I just stopped, after, a year of every, trying to take a trade right at 9:30 and getting, well, I didn't even have stops in those days because I didn't know what a stop was, but I would always, I didn't understand why I was losing money.
Right.
Because, I wasn't getting out of anything. And then finally I'd give up and get out. But then, after about a year of that, I said, you know what, maybe I better stop trading right at 9:30 and give it. I used to actually wait about half an hour, even an hour. And that's in the early 2000s. Okay. But anyway, I digress. I'll let you, I'll take off now, Jamie, and I'll see you in about an hour.
That sounds good, my friend. I do believe I've got the screen here,
You do
so
have the screen, yes.
enjoy your tasks or
I
workouts
will.
or
I
whatever you
will.
have on deck, and we'll
I
see you
got a
when you get
couple of
back.
things. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Ciao. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me just make sure everything's looking good here. I'm assuming everybody can hear me okay as well. So I do believe we're good to go. Um, Hello, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Just in case you're new, I know there are a lot of regulars in here, but if you are new to the TI scene, this is the live support session every Monday through Friday between 12 and 1 p.m. Eastern. Different trader slash trainer in here every day, and today is me. I'm Wednesdays, so if you have any questions, just use that questions panel to get them out there. And I also have some very basic chart reading skills. If you'd like me to take a look at any symbols, I can give you my 2 cents there as well. So there you have it. Shaw talking about Soxel and the 3X bulls. I knew it was an ETF, just couldn't remember which one it is since there are so many of them out there these days. Yeah, not a bad transition off the bottom on the go no goes on the 3 minute. As soon as we went from purple to pinkish, nice little trend up there. All right, so I do believe no questions have come in since I started here. And of course, if you focus over here on the Go Momo, this is the one that Barry's been working on with Michael to get all queued up for the day trading aspects or the intraday plays instead of using only Go No Go for the swing trade setups. And I do believe, let's see, what was, make sure I'm, oh, of course, who could forget today's date anyway? Um, the latest one was RLAY shortly before this session begun, 10:48. So right here, it appears. And right down to VWAP. That is the cyan line that you see right here. Only study or whatever you'd like to call it, indicator on my intraday chart. Because that's the only one I really care about. Now up here, we typically have, and I guess because I switched layouts here, the 10 period on here as well. So we're going to go ahead and throw that up there. And we'll make that one Z yellow for now. Of course, that one applicable to the 15-minute chart. And not daily, but 15. It is handy on the daily as well. But many times on the 15, I like to watch for the crosses as well. What's going on, Mr. G? PLCE paying you today? All right, well, that's always good to hear. Always like to hear about people making a little bit of money. Yeah, nice little uptrend. What do we pop up on the open there from, what was the opening? 3-minute candle there. Let's see. Actually, this was the open here. We opened at 681, took a little pop up to, ooh, nice little move there. Pull back down to that level, but seeing all these blue and cyan, of course, that could have been a transitionary bar there, but typically, if you watch Barry and what he's been saying, if it would have been orange, not so good, but as long as there's cyan and blue, uptrend continues. Good for you. And this one doing just a ton of volume here. If we look at the relative volume, 236. Of course, the float, it's definitely a small float, 12 million. Not necessarily a micro float, which would be somewhere around a million, but a good low floater with some volume coming into it and only up a meager 87% today. Now, what else do we notice about PLCE? Ooh, looks like Holly got a little piece of that one. Not on the open, but shortly thereafter, about 10 minutes in, which is typically the earliest that Holly will take any trades. And not too bad there. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Have to silence the old phone. Okay. Iris, what is this line, Jamie? Well, are you talking about the line right here? The cyan line on my chart? Iris? Because if this is the one you're referring to, that is simply good old-fashioned VWAP. Volume weighted average price. So let's see, Holly's entry was 784. And on 300 shares, if you would have taken it at that level, you're up a meager 363. So up over a point on the Holly entry. So once again, Iris, if you're talking about the cyan line here, that's just VWAP. If you're referring to a different line, well, let me know what that is. Aha. So PLCE from Holly, PLCE from Dawn of the Dead as well. Now we can just quickly reference the weekly chart here. Allegedly, PLCE used to be trading at 100 and change. Now, I don't know if there's been any weird splits or anything like that, but lofty levels of over 100 and now floundering below 10. That's kind of what the Dawn of the Dead chart is. It's a stock that used to be significantly higher and is now beaten down severely and kind of just marching along like a zombie. You know, if we switch this over to daily, you know, we'd have a lot more candles to look at here. Just, yeah. But look at what it's doing today. And that is exactly what we look for in these Dawn of the Deads. I mean, they've been put out to pasture, circling the drain, and then all of a sudden, hey, some good news or things aren't so bad. And then they really come to life with a vengeance. Classic example. You know, even though this one gapped up, still plenty of intraday opportunity. You know, guess that news or whatever happened drove it up significantly in the pre-market because it looks like we closed just under 5 yesterday, but going up to over 8 in the pre-market and holding that level. Interestingly, if we take the high of the pre-market, you know, 1, 2, 3, and the fourth time must have been the charm here, breaking that pre-market high. Yep, just good old VWAP there, Iris. Okay, Peter, what do I think about Woof? Well, I heard that one come across a bunch of tickers in my Audible alerts today because I think I have this one in a list of highs and lows. I didn't trade it, but certainly heard it a lot. Go back to weekly on this. Yeah, okay, I was about to say, looks kind of Dawn of the Dead-y, and look right here on Dawn of the Dead. We got both of those, PLCE and Woof, both showing up in Dawn of the Dead. Woof, oof, that looks really good right there. about 3 minutes into the open, or excuse me, 9 minutes into the open, because this is the opening 3 minute candle here, puts in a high, it takes a little excursion back down to 306. Prior low was 297. Pulled back to 306 here, notched it back up. And a range break is a range break. They can happen quickly, as in the case here. So we got the high put in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 minutes later, we go up and we test that high, punch through it, 327 level, and all the way up to 415. So just shy of a point on WOOF today, if you took that one. Now there's some other interesting levels here. Stocks don't always go up this uniformly, but when they do, it's not too bad for additional entries. So I know this initial break here, 9 minutes into the open, is typically a little too early, but that's beside the point. It still did it. So 328 provides another good level of entry here at 345. Takes another leg up, goes sideways for a little bit longer, and then another great entry level at 370 as it cracks this little level of consolidation as well. And who knows, it might be setting up to do it one more time here. Let's take a look at the daily. But in the meantime, look how elevated it is on the 10 period, on the 15, and VWAP just acting like the crutch that it needed in this area right here. But how much room might we have? Well, we probably have to squish up the daily, and that's what I'm thinking right here. Maybe if it gets a little bit more juice under it, we might be popping up to this level right here. But right now we've breached this level, which is certainly good. You kind of thought might want to put on the brakes here, and at this point in time, if it can, hold this level for a little bit, well, then we might go test this level up here, which would perfectly coincide with what we see over here on the weekly. I do believe for 36, for 40, yep. So that's where we are currently. Now, if I squish that down a little bit, notice this level back here. That's where we're currently putting on the brakes. But it's looking strong. I mean, we haven't seen any orange candles yet. So as far as I'm concerned, I would not want to short WOOF here. And the volume is conducive, 16.75 relative. And the float on this one, a little bit beefier, 150 million, but hey, when it's in play, it's in play. About 10% of that float trading today at 15 million. So if you're in that one, Peter, good job. But it's looking strong, and it might have a little bit more room in it, but not a bad performance. Currently up 30% from prior close, or I believe that's prior close. In both PLCE and WOOF, coming from the Dawn of the Dead tree map. And notice PLCE's over here as well. So that it's always good when we see different ones. This one being relative strength. This is just the Dawn of the Dead. But there's Berry stock, the CNA, showing up as well. What is the float on that one? Yeah, we're getting micro floaty on that one, 2.3 million. And as Barry was talking about earlier, he asked me if I was in that one. I'm like, I just, the spready stocks that it's kind of like a meat grinder when you try to look at that order book. So it's just purely a chart play, right? Purely a chart play. All right, we're all caught up. Caught up for now. Now, I heard Barry talking about the trade wave earlier. Don't know if any of you have been playing around with it, but I tell you what, let's take some of these plays that we're talking about here. And do I have my trade wave active? Yep. Okay. So I tell you what, let's just keep it on 5-minute candles for now. And let's take a look. Uh-huh. Okay. So TradeWave is accessible from our dashboards, and you just click on this little icon and you make sure that that is checked. Then you're going to get these EMA clouds, right? Of course, these are 5-minute candles. And look, there was a buy signal right before the open. So that would not have been too shabby of it. I mean, that's about one of the best entries that could have been made on this thing today. Sure, you could have waited and got the bottom there, but who times them perfectly? Um, so interesting. Not a bad call on the woof there. Let's take a look at PLCE. Okay, so yesterday had some buy and sell signals. You can see the EMA cloud, which is still very useful because, I mean, this thing got a little bit bleedy through there, but always, reclaimed those levels. But no buy and sell signals on that one today. Now let's take a look at the CNA. Okay, interesting. In the third 5-minute well, actually, that's the first one there. Well, no, first, second, and third. Okay, so 15 minutes in, you get a buy signal, right about the 94. I think that's where it was. But even if it was way up here at $1, still 30% move from that buy signal there. So very interesting on the TradeWave, which was recently launched. So might be worth the while of if you like to get in there and you know look at things pre-market, the TradeWave within the first 15 minutes could definitely produce some good buy and sell signals. PLCE, Wolf, yeah, pretty interesting. Let me just check in on one other thing here. We do have another feature, hopefully, that's going to be pushed out into production before too long. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, so I will refrain for now. But I'm just checking the results of it right now, and to say the results are good would be, I don't know, maybe an understatement, but looking good. Like I said, I'd like to show you guys, but I don't know if it's been cleared for that yet. But hopefully soon. To your question there, Iris. It's still under development, and ironically, it just went blank on me. So even if I could show you right now, since it's still under dev and the devs are still tinkering with it under the hood, even if I was got the green light, It's probably just a little premature, but I think everybody's going to dig it when it comes out. To be continued, in other words. In the meantime, in keeping with tradition as of late, well, we did have that swoon down. And where do we stop here? Just right down to the bottom of these levels here. Of course, you can see I've already got them marked off. So might have looked like, the sky was falling in the first part of the market as we cycled down, but we're just cycling down to these levels here, just one tranche away from all-time highs. There we are. One moment, please. Okay. All right. Questions panel is open. But getting back on point here, it just seems like the market got a little sleepy. A flurry of activity, then it's nap time, it seems. We got some purple forming on CNA. Before these bars started forming, it's like, okay, well, VWAP is acting as the anchor for now, but then we get the transition to orange, and then orange turns to purple. Little excursion below VWAP, but then right back up to it. So it seems like VWAP is the magnet right now for CNA. Check back in on the other high flyers. Wolf still looking like the Rock of Gibraltar, and PLCE as well. To see CNA getting a little bit weak, no shocker there with a micro float on it. Good job, 7-7. 50% Fibonacci retracement. So even though I'm not sure if I can show this new tech that we're going to roll out, let's kind of compare it to, say, Holly, our original AI. What if Holly was green all the time? Be a little bit different of an instrument there, right? But we all know that that's not the case with Holly. Um, Sometimes a really big winning day. Of course, she can have big losing days as well. Mediocre, small, large winning days, small, large losing days. But the thing I'll say is this: Holly does all of her work before the market ever opens, just like a trader would, right? You scan your charts, you know what your setup levels are. If the stocks do the thing that you're looking for, then assuming risk is in place, you make the trade and let the cards fall where they may. But, you know, Holly shows up with her strategies. They either fire or they don't, and that's the way the ball bounces, right? That's the way the system operates. Once the market opens and the strategies either fire or they don't, Holly's not interacting with the markets. It's not looking at real time data in that session and making adjustments to her portfolio. Okay. With what we have in development right now, this thing is looking at real-time market data and adjusting its portfolio. So it's interacting with the market in real time. That's about all I can say right now. But I can tell you this, I've been watching this thing for about 5 weeks, every trading day. And, I've been around the block. I've been in the markets for a very long time, just like a lot of the senior people here at Trade Ideas. Or I say senior, that's just a nice word for older. But you just don't really get excited about much anymore. Like, okay, well, we'll see if it works or see if it performs accordingly. And I'm still of that mindset, but I remain cautiously optimistic. So we shall see. All right, I'm going to dare venture to say we got a normal crowd. Yeah, we got about the normal crowd in here. You guys are a little quiet, but that's okay. But just as a reminder, if anybody would like me to take a look at any charts, just kick the symbol on out there. And pardon me while I check on some internal dialogue here. Okay. CDE not performing too badly today. How many trades from Holly today? 5, 3 longs, 2 shorts. And this is kind of the way a statistically inclined system looks. We got 4 losers on the blotter currently, 1 big winner, but the overall net or gross is still positive. And I do believe that some of these, well, RBRK, can't say that was the most pristine short entry right there. Of course, GME, it's anybody's game. Nasty little pullback. And then from what was the entry price of 1997? There's about 50, 60 cents on the table. If you took the cookies, well, it was down here. EPM, yeah, flat to up slightly at best. HYLN, a little toppy, kind of looks like the GME short play there, or the RBRK short play there. But positive nonetheless on 3 shorts and 2 longs, all because of the PLCE. Scan through a little bit more of these Dawn of the Deads, but typically if they don't have a big window, they didn't do much today. TIL, not bad, but a little spotty for most people's taste. But having said that, tell you what, let's pull the, let's see if I can just do this. Hopefully it'll resize appropriately. There we go. For the There we go. Take a look at some more of these on the trade wave. Come on, behave. Huh. Okay, we'll just take that. We will take that. So I just wanted to look at some more of these. Ah, just to see if there were any more buy and sell signals. Ah, okay. Well, I've tried to make it larger. All right, so we did have a sell signal there on the APDN, and that's not bad at all right there. So even, right there in that candle, buck 62, they're not bad for a little, you know, dollar stock. All right, what was the other one? Not too bad there. Buying that first 5-minute candle. Even if we took the top of the candle, not the wick, what is that, 2505? And that thing cracked up to 2888. Not a bad signal. But let's just take a peek at that GME on the trade wave. Mm-hmm. Okay, so a sell in the pre-market, and then a buy signal down here. But yeah, that sell right there in the pre-market was pretty juicy. 21, let's call it 20, 80, 21. That thing going all the way down to 19 and change. All right, Iris, you want to look at PLCE? Yes, and I can drop that cloud link in there for you, but let's take a look at PLCE again on the trade wave. Okay, so no buy or sell signals on the PLCE from trade wave. But once again, it was a Holly play with a really good entry. Wait, actually, no. Yeah, we had all those signals yesterday. None in the pre-market, none today, which is kind of odd because you would think there would be some in there, but who am I to say? Okay, so let me duplicate this into a free floater, and then I'll drop the cloud link in for you. Okay. And here's the link for the Dawn of the Dead tree map slash top list. All right, so anybody that wants to grab that link, you got it. But going back to PLCE on the regular charts, there's the Holly entry. And then once that pre-market level was cracked, we got another nice little lift on it. I'm just going to put the rest of the Holly plays in here. On the ones that did not work, okay, interesting. Okay, so I just popped Edward Paul Mary, which is one of the Holly losers, into the trade wave charts. And looky right here, and this is about a little over 2 hours into the market, a sell signal in this candle here. Of course, I haven't watched the trade wave enough to know, does the candle have to close before the sell shows up or not? But I tell you what, let's just shift it to a smaller time frame over here. Let's go to 2-minute candles. Okay. So let's just say the bottom of that 2-minute candle was 542. And then we proceeded to go down to 524. So once again, 542, but if we were watching 5-minute candles, yeah, it would have given the signal right as this cloud was being violated, right? So that is good.
James.
You back already?
I want to, well, I'm hearing you talk about the trade.
Trade wave.
Thank you. I cannot, I keep wanting to say, I know I
Wave
shouldn't
of
trading for you.
trade. Yeah.
Trade wave. Take a look at the report. That's going to tell you also. Can you see, there's something called the trade wave report. So I'm looking at EPM. I'm on a 3-minute chart, and
Yeah.
it was telling me that the entry price was 530. That's on a 3-minute chart. Okay. Can you see where you can get the report?
You know, Barry, on this chart, you talking about over here?
No. Can I switch to my screen just briefly?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So can you see where I have trade wave report on the 3-minute chart right down there? Can you see that?
Yeah, I do see that.
Okay, so when I click on it, that's telling me where the alert happened.
Aha. Okay, on mine, it was so squished up at the bottom, I
Okay.
couldn't see it. Yeah, but I see
That's
it
what
now.
I thought. I was kind of squinting. I thought maybe that's it. Okay, Jamie, I'll let you keep going.
No worries. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. We're all learning here, believe
Mhm.
me.
So many new things coming out. Yeah.
So
Okay.
you can take over again.
Yeah, thank you. Let me grab the screen here. Do-do-do. Okay. Yes, and because my resolution is, I mean, I even bumped it up for this presentation, but yeah, I could not see that earlier. And of course, this was a short. Yeah, 911, 477, and 532. I'm just reading those off to you guys because I'm sure you cannot see that, or maybe it's too small to read. But yeah, bottom line is this: the trade wave seems to be producing where the TradeWave charts seem to be producing some very nice short and long signals. I mean, for goodness sakes, look at the look at the long one that it had earlier. So I would strongly recommend to start watching those things. Okay. Scrolled the channel bar but could not find the TradeWave. No channel over here for TradeWave simply because it's not part of the downloadable client. So let me just kind of illustrate how to get to it. Okay. So here we are at the Trade Ideas homepage, right? Now, assuming you're already logged in, which I am, we click on My Trade Ideas. Then voila, you're taken to the dashboard section. Okay. Now this is where you access the TradeWave. It's already in the chart. See all the buy and sell signals right here? And if it's not active already, you just click on this little icon here and you select TradeWave. Once you've activated TradeWave, it's green. You'll see the EMA cloud show up and all the good stuff. And of course, now you can see that TradeWave report, which in detail, whether you click short or long here, all of the buy and sell signals for each respective stock. Now, okay, how do we make it go away? Well,
You have to click on the trade report again
okay, so if we click on it to activate it,
and then
oh,
click
the
on it
top.
again.
Okay, you
Yeah.
just click on the top. I don't
Yeah.
know. Okay. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Now, I don't know if Iris is wanting to, though, if you're using the downloadable application, as opposed to going into the website. Of course, she's going to have to access it from a chart in the downloadable application
right.
and
That's what I
make
was
sure
thinking
she's got
of.
the browser interface checked.
Browser interface and then indicators. And is it showing up in
No,
here?
no. Once you click on browser interface, you see FX is now one of the options up in the.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Browser interface,
So
right?
yeah, and then go up, and then you can see FX.
Oh, yeah.
Now you
And the
click on
trade
it,
wave.
and there you go.
Yes. Okay. Makes sense now.
Okay, muting myself
And
again.
I knew that. I just haven't played around with these for so long.
Hmm.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. So Iris, I stand corrected. It's not a channel over here, but it is accessible in the client version. Very cool.
The only other thing I'll add, and Pepe found the same thing. Sometimes when you click on Trade Wave from FX, it doesn't
Mhm.
seem to load immediately. Okay, you have to give it maybe 5, even 10 seconds before
Right.
you start to see the cloud come in and all that. So
Mhm.
because I was clicking on it and thinking, well, where is it? So I click on it again, which was sort of toggling it off.
Mhm.
So I'm going back and forth, back and forth. So you got to give it maybe 5 or 10 seconds, let it load.
So Barry, the big question is, did you short CNA there?
No, I have no short. I have no shares available to.
That I forget. This is such a
Yeah,
micro float. It's probably
exactly.
not shortable at most places.
Okay. Again, now I don't know if you want to try to answer Iris.
I was just looking at that question. Um, well, if you're referring to, if my platform means TI Pro, then yes, as we've just illustrated here, right? So if we right click on the chart and we make sure that browser interface is checked, and then you click on the little FX icon, it should add the TradeWave icons and the cloud, EMA clouds, and the buy and sell signals there as well. So just like we were doing earlier, could have done all this right inside the client here. What's weird, Barry, is that sell signal pre-market. I don't recall seeing that on the whatchamacallit, the web dashboard version. I just remember seeing
Really?
this buy.
What was the time frame on what's the time frame on the dashboard version? Because it really
Well,
makes a difference.
yeah, I want to say, of course, I crushed that browser, so let's go back here. But you're probably right. It was probably the time frame.
Yeah.
So let's see on the 3-minute. So out of curiosity, have you been sticking with the 3-minute? I know you like that for the go no
I am.
go.
Yeah, because what I'm really trying to determine. I'd love to get the buy or the sell lined up with also go no go
Mm-hmm.
on a color transition. That to me would be the super most powerful way of
Yes.
using it. Okay,
Okay,
and
you're
so
correct. On 3 minutes, you got the buy and the sell. But I forgot what time frame I was looking at earlier, where it just showed the buy. Yep, on the 5-minute, see, you just had the buy
isn't that interesting?
and just off to the races, right?
Isn't that interesting? I mean, you would think like there's such a difference between the 5 and the 3
Uh-huh.
because you're saying
And
the
I
3
guess it's
was
proximity
showing a
to the
sell.
EMA cloud, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Because
So
if
you
you would
would.
have been watching 3-minute candles and you bought it, and then you're like, I got to get out, and then it just rips, that,
Hmm.
but hey, I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I mean, but interesting observation nonetheless.
Hmm. That's why I was saying, why don't we have 4-minute charts? Split the difference.
Yes, yes. Ah, goodness. Okay. All right.
Back on mute. Back on
Mhm.
mute.
But, it's just illustrated here. Time frame 5 minutes. Oh, the sell signal goes away. So while we're on this topic, okay, that was woof. And I think we've already confirmed there were no in the 3-minute or the 5-minute. Okay, now, well, okay. So on the 5-minute, no buy and sell signals whatsoever on PLCE. So in the case of woof, would have been better to watch the 5-minute. In the case of PLCE, 3 minutes would have given us a really juicy buy signal and a sell signal up here, which would not have been so juicy. But as soon as we go back to 5-minute, we get nada. And I'm just surmising that it's something to do with proximity from uh, the EMA clouds. Interesting nonetheless. Okay, the other one where we had signals. On the 5-minute, we got nada. And on the 3-minute, we've got a very nice buy signal to start the party and some other buy and sell signals here. Uh-huh. Okay. So, I mean, that's good information. In the case of woof, where here we have the sell signal. I mean, but, let's just pretend for a moment we did buy here, and then are we just going to sell out pre-market for a flat, right? Having this activity in the pre-market as kind of a yardstick, you know. So nothing's going to be 100%. So I think if I was tasked with picking which time frame to use, I'd probably be watching the smaller time frames. Now, having said that, let's just crank it down to 1. And we still got kind of the same thing. A little buy, a little sell here.
Go to 2, just for fun. I mean, this is
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, that 3 is gives you the like the best buy signal going.
Hmm.
What happens at 2?
Yeah, we got about the same.
Amazing. Now go to 3. I have to convince myself I'm
Yeah.
not seeing things.
Uh-huh.
I mean, oh, okay. So
I'm
you
still
you
kind of
did,
an advocate of the 3 myself.
yeah. Oh, it was the 5. It was the 5 that gave you the pure buy, right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what? You can have, hey, the good news is you can have a 3 and a 5
You know what?
at the same time.
Exactly. I'm going to
Hmm.
do that. Actually, I've got a 3 and now I'm going to have a 5. I had a 15 because I wanted to see the pre-market stuff, but I think I'll just put a 5 up and just see, because if the pattern looks good on a 5, take it. You know.
Right, and I mean, don't worry about the micro wiggle,
Hmm.
of 2 or 3 cents. You're like,
The micro wiggle. That's like
micro wiggle.
a dance from the 60s.
It could be.
Do the micro wiggle. Wiggle.
I'm gonna have to patent that, Barry.
Hmm. Do you want to answer Iris on the colorful
Trademark.
chart?
Yeah, sorry, I was
Colorful
neglecting
chart.
the.
I think she's probably referring to the go no go charts, and it's an add-on. But I'll let you try to answer.
How did I get this color? Well, this is a go no go chart, Iris. So I don't know if you've gotten the go no go. Are you a go no go? Did you get the go no go add-on? Because these charts that you're seeing right here are the go no go charts. And then we've folded the trade wave into the go no go charts for even more power. Because if you've got the waves, but you're not seeing what I'm seeing here, I'm going to guess there you don't have go no go. I think you did. Well, I thought you did have the go no go chart.
So Pepe is saying something interesting, because of course I have, but I've got, you're probably working on a development version also, aren't you? Because I've
Oh,
got
is it
go
not in
no go
production
charts.
right now?
Yeah, but I'm very surprised that the go no go charts are not working. You can't have both.
Well, go no
It
go
says.
should be in product. Well, I remember we were having to get everybody to use the beta for go no go
Right.
previously.
But if you use the HTML charts, in other words, the browser, but for me
Right.
it works. For me it works, obviously, but it must be because I'm on
Dev version. Yeah.
on the dev version.
That's probably it.
Hmm. Though Trader 77 is saying he's got go no go working with Trendwave.
In 7.7, are you on the beta version of TI or the production version? Because I haven't checked in a while, but 8.8 is still the 8.8 is 8.8 still the 8.8 is still the downloadable production version.
But 9.5 is the beta. I
Right.
think you've got to be on 9.5, but
Yeah. So
I'm confused.
the only way to test it is if you pop over and download the beta, then it'll either work or it won't. If it doesn't, then that means it's dev. But if 7.7, if you're saying it's working for you and you're on the beta, so Iris, I would assume that you're probably still on if you go to your TI Pro toolbar, you click on help and about, right? Where'd my toolbar go? Okay. If you click on help and about, see if your says 8.8, 5.6.88. If it does, you can probably fix your issue by coming over here and getting on the latest beta version. but that's how you would know.
Okay, I think the problem, and I think the same thing with Chris Lopez, what he said. I can take over if you want, and Andy, Jamie, if you want. I mean, it's 3 minutes too. I think I know what's happening is that they're going to the Go No Go channel, and all they're seeing is a typical bar chart, and they're not getting the colors, and that's because they've got to click on one of the
right. And I can
one of the
illustrate.
okay.
I can illustrate that real quick here. So what Barry's referring to, just pulled up a new doc channel bar. Let's say you're a brand new Go No Go subscriber, and you click on the Go No Go charts, and even for me, look, no Go No Go. It's all just regular red and green. But as soon as you click over here, boom. As soon as you click on one of the Market Explorer windows, then you're going to get the green, you're going to get the proper Go No Go charts. At that point in time, you can continue to operate from a containerized window, or you can pop these out into free floating windows. And whether you're a container person or free floating window, you can just duplicate, get all your time frames in order, save your layout, and then you should be good to go. Hey, Barry?
Amen.
All right. So I guess that's a great stopping point. Good stuff, man, because I was like, well, even I forgot that we had this functionality in the browser interface charts.
Right. Well, of course, I don't use the whatever you call that, the web version. Not the web version,
Dashboard.
but the dashboard. Thank you. I don't use that at all. So,
Right.
I guess it's pretty cool though. I mean, if you don't want to, if you don't care about creating your own scans and you just want to see what's been created for you, yeah. I mean, it's pretty simple to use, I suppose. I just obviously I want to have my own scans, but
Oh yeah, same here.
okay. Jamie, well,
Yeah.
always a pleasure talking to you on Wednesdays. So we'll see you next Wednesday.
Sounds good. We'll see you on the flip side, Barry, and
All right.
bye-bye, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm back. Just give me a moment. Get back into the other room and get my music going again. Just give me one moment. All right, guys, I am. Okay, so Chris, what you might have to do then, now, I don't know why for some it works and some it doesn't work. Okay, so Chris, if you're listening to me, hopefully you're listening to me, you might have to uncheck that use browser interface. Okay, in order to get the Go No Go stops working. But if you're on the beta version, then that was supposed to, yeah. Now the problem is if you want to use the now you notice you won't have the FX, so you won't have the trader wave, the trade wave. You won't have that option. I am surprised that if you're on 0.95, if you're on 0.95, you're on 0.95. So as Pepe is saying, it seems to be hit or miss. Some are able to do it. Maybe you have to reload trade ideas or something. Okay, I think that's what Trader 77 said. He had trouble first to get it work, but had to close the TI app and reopen. Then it all worked, so that you can be on the browser version, so that you can, if you want, if you want to access his trade wave, you have to be on the browser version. Right click. But for some, if you're on the browser version, then the Go No Go charts aren't working. So maybe reload everything and see if that works, because that's crazy. I mean, you should be able to get everything. I mean, the company is trying to push everybody onto the browser version. So Iris, when you say the multicolored charts, you're not talking about Go No Go. Are you talking about the clouds? Like the sort of if you can see my screen, like in Siri, you see this kind of bluish cloud.
Is that what you mean by the color? I'm going to have to. What's the day today? It's Wednesday. Really have to have a definitive answer on this. Guys. CNE, which I thought might CNEY, which I thought was probably going to be dead. But look what happened. Look what happened. This could be the move I'm looking for. Okay. Hey William, good to see you. So William says he'll keep the room open until 3:45 or so. Okay. So I'll be taking off at about anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3. So look at CNE, guys. This is popped back right back up. CNEY, sorry, CNEY. And I guess it just opened. Give me a moment. I want to type this into our Slack thread, see if there's an answer on all this. No screen picture. Well, you might have to do a refresh then, Big O, if you can hear me, because nobody else is saying that. You guys can see my screen right in the main room. They might have to do a refresh because yeah, so it's on your end, Big O. Really? Okay. So this is people who are you're just showing up, right, Big O? And obviously William. Um, Interesting. So let me stop. I'm going to stop the screen sharing completely, okay? And then I'm going to reload on my end, and let's see if that works. Okay, I'm going to stop the screen. I mean, I don't understand why that would happen, but okay. Now I'm going to reload the screen sharing. So let me know, William and Big O, if you can see my screen now. Okay. Okay. No problem. We're very soon to going to the new room. Okay. Now the new room is going to look a lot like the old room, but it is there are some changes, slight changes. Okay. From your end, you probably won't see very many changes. It's from my end, not too many changes, but the new room is supposedly, well, from what people told me, better resolution. The new room is just an advanced version or newer version of the old room. I mean, it's the same platform. I'm not going to a new platform. For you guys, it'll be seamless. You just, get into the room the same way. All right, guys. Well, my big hope now is seeing. Look at this buy now. I wish I'd taken this buy there. I talked myself out of it. Man, oh man, what a. There's the sell and there's the buy on the SPY. I talked myself out of it. This is just like yesterday. This is like that V we had yesterday. At the beginning of the day, market falling. That financial conference, and then something changed, and then the market just ripped into the close. I don't know if it's going to rip into the close, but man. And this children's place really ticks me off. I really wanted this one early. For me, it just was too choppy. But boy, it's up now as we speak, 18%. But at this point, it was got up to $10. That was over a 20% move, but it was too choppy for me. Oh, I missed it. Look at CNEY, guys. Look at it go now. Ah, there's the high. There's the high right there. Ah, You guys are costing me money because I'm talking to you instead of paying attention to the chart. And I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but I mean, it's yeah, it's halted. You just got halted. Now let's see where it could open. So it's halted at 131, and the potential open is 135. Oh, I'm blaming you specifically, Stevie. Okay, I got a little bit of that little Spanish, Veronica, about sleeping. I think I understand the gist of it. But anyway, now, so here's your potential open. Again, this is a blue screen. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. And this tells you the halt price. Sometimes the symbol doesn't show up here, but there it is, CNEY. Yeah, well, I wanted it right about here at 121. That was my go-to right there. I think I still could have got it at 121. We're very close to it anyway. I don't know, Paul. Those of you with Thinkorswim, they must have something like this. Maybe somebody else with Thinkorswim Poe knows, because it's hard for me to believe that Interactive Brokers is the only one that has something like this. It might be just an option that you have to select. I don't know. Well, and somebody give me an in, okay? Now the issue with CNY, let's take a look left. The next high is 143, and then it's 154. Let me look at a monthly chart.
I mean, look at this. I mean, this is reverse split adjusted. Okay, this stock was never up here. It's just reverse split adjusted. So let's take a look on a monthly chart. What do we know? 131. So that is 143 is a high. It gets over that, $2. So yeah, but it kind of, well, you know what? It kind of did what I was hoping it would do. It was just a little early. Usually these sort of moves, I would say between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. It was just a little bit early if it was going to move. All right, so it got halted at 109.19, so 114.19, so less than a minute if it's a 5-minute halt. It'll open. Now, if it can somehow open below 131, like right there, and then pop through 131, I might still take the trade. But that is not a recommendation to do the same thing, okay? Okay, 18, 17 seconds or so if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. And it is open. Yeah, seatbelts on for sure. I'm not muted. I'm holding my breath. Okay. Good one so far. I've taken some off, guys, in case I can't get, me in the 150 mark for these stocks under $5. So I've taken some off to protect myself. Okay. And it did exactly what I wanted it to do. It broke underneath 131. Look at that. It got to 127. And then it broke, and then it got back to 131. I was able to get it right around that area. And now, because I have this thing about a stock under $5, taking out 150 or the 50-cent level. You even had a buy signal right here. Look at that on the 3-minute. would have been around $1.13. I don't normally do this, you know. I'm not into the really cheap ones because you got to take a few shares to make money. And all right, set a little price alert at 151. See if I can induce it upwards. Me too. I absolutely, Poe. I thought that was done down here. I thought, okay, underneath $1. Okay, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm always wary. The 50-cent level for me for stocks under 5 is almost as powerful as the whole number for all stocks for me. I have no scientific verification of that, but what's the VWAP of this thing? Yeah, I think It'd be way too big of a pullback. Okay, guys, as I wait to see what happens with this, with it, when it gets close to the 130 mark, I'll just bail. But I mean, I've already taken, as I say, I've taken enough off that it makes sense for me to take the trade. 150 mark. We would have got to. We got right to. I got up to 151. Okay, guys, one last look at my homepage and all the scans that you can have that I'm sharing. Ah, sorry about that on YouTube. I got to put two links together at the same time. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, there's a code you can use to take out a subscription, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only for the entire year. Please use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. That's what the company wants to see. How well is the room working in that regard? And that'll help to keep the room free just by using my code. If you're going to take out a subscription, why not use my code, right? Now, getting started, that's the first thing you have to do. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install. First start up and log in. Scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans. Top list windows and alert windows, okay? Key ingredients of what makes up trade ideas. If you 30 minutes to go through all of them, you don't have to go through them all. Obviously, you've already done your download and install and you've logged in. You can bypass these two, but only 30 minutes to go through them all. That's the mandatory first thing you do if you take out a subscription. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos for you. Okay, all free. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. And then if you want my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, the middle section right here, there are the scans. So these two scans I am actually exhibiting, okay? They're the top two right here, displaying. I'm not displaying this one, but I have created a scan called the Large Cap Losers. It's just basically the flip version of the Large Cap Gainers. Okay, so these are three races, two that I'm actually displaying. The relative strength leaders is right here. The halts resumes is over here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. I find it very interesting. I start this at 9:30. Even though the market had a massive, pretty big drop at the beginning, still 71% of the stocks that came through here were green versus only 20 now. Of course, it'll be more and more and more as the market is doing this. Now, the interesting thing to do also is, you can reload and you'll get, the competitive, these are basically two competitive scans, one for the upside movers versus the downside movers, two competitive scans working against each other to see who kind of wins. If I stop this one and then reloaded it,
then it would start right now at 10. What time is it now? 1:30 Eastern time. But as you can see, I am sharing other scans. The momentum scan I do have open. It's just on another window, another screen. Okay, but I do not have all these scans open, and neither should you. You can take a look at some of them, and you can, if you want, I would maybe pick only two or three. You don't want to have so many scans up and running. You'll get nothing done. You're clicking like mad all day long, and symbol after symbol, and getting nothing done. Okay. Man, place is still strong, 23% now. There's a little buy button right there. And what was the VWAP? 832. No, it did not get close to the VWAP. Yeah, I didn't realize that. As somebody pointed out, Stocks Unhinged in our YouTube room pointed out that the short float, it's 47%, almost 50% is the short float. There's something I haven't seen all day. It is an earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume out of Greece. Okay. By the way, I don't know if the gentleman. I think that was in Portuguese. He was asking about looking at Bitcoin. We just don't speak Portuguese in the room. Tatiana de Oliveira. I don't know if they're still around, but we don't. I think you're asking about what about Bitcoin, something to that effect. Well, then, if you're from Greece, what do you think of 10? Sakhalos Energy Navigation. I'm kidding, of course. I don't expect you to know all stocks from Greece, but yeah, this is a Greek stock. It's actually an earnings play. You know the company at all? I mean, I don't. I mean, have you ever heard of the company? Not too many Greek companies trading on the U.S. exchanges, so I'm wondering if this is a pretty big one in Greece, perhaps. Nope. Okay. Of course, we've got a lot of shippers that are Greece, but this is an energy navigation. So I mean, it's got something to do with shipping, really. I mean, it sort of engages in the provision of seaborne crude oil and petroleum product transportation services. Its activities include the operation of crude tankers, product tankers, etc. So I guess it's sort of a shipper of some sort. Anyway, it's an earnings play today, and good one, 7%. Wow, you know, there's not a big float at all. 21 million in the float. That is very low for a $24 stock. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that it's not traded more, and I'm actually surprised that the spread is pretty good. Only 3 cents, and with that float, and really pretty low volume. It's only trading basically normally, 1.13 relative volume. So normally, this I would have thought this sort of stock would explode the day of. What do the Peter Smith in our YouTube room? What do the horizontal lines and the going low means currently? What time frame, Peter? So I don't have horizontal lines. I've got a 3, I've got a 5, I've got a day and a week. What horizontal lines are you talking about? I don't have any horizontal lines. There's usually no horizontal lines. The only lines you can see are the vertical lines, of course, the bars for go no go. So even if I look at a 15-minute chart, yeah, there are no horizontal lines. So are you sure maybe are you talking about a line that might look like this? Let me, ooh, I wonder if I can do that. Hmm. So the indicators don't work, or you can't mark up on the HTML. Anyway, if you have a horizontal line, it might be just something you put before. Let me get out of the. I think this has been fixed, so it's not going to try to load every. See, Pepe, what I did? Yeah. So are you talking about a line that looks like that, Peter? Like a horizontal line? Nothing to do with go no go. You must have at some point in the past. You must have gone to the markup, right click markup, and drawn a horizontal line, which will remain there forever unless you get rid of it. Because this has got nothing. Is that what you're looking at though? Is that what you mean by a horizontal line? Peter? No. Okay. Well, let me get rid of this. So I do not know what you mean by a horizontal line, Peter. There are no horizontal lines. I mean, I've got a 15-minute chart on Wolf. There are no horizontal lines like what I just displayed. You literally have to come into the main room and give me a link for your chart so I could see maybe what you're seeing, but you're not. Top left of the Wolf chart. Still don't see a horizontal line. Even if I get out of the browser interface, I don't see any horizontal lines. You'd have to come into the main room, Peter, and maybe give me a link so I could see what you're seeing because I don't. You can't do it in YouTube, unfortunately. Okay, just seeing your question now, Teofile. Okay, I guess if that makes sense, what Tony said, sure, do that.
Well, here's the daily wolf chart. But Peter said the 15. He was looking at a 15-minute chart. Here's the daily wolf chart. There's no. I mean, if you're talking about this, that horizontal line there, that green line there, that's my 200-day moving average. If you're talking about that, but he was talking about I don't have that on the 15-minute chart. That's just the 200-day moving average. Boy, I look at place now over $10. Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, yeah. So he was talking about a 15-minute chart, and I don't have that. I don't have the do 100 period. I don't have that. I only have it on the daily chart, not on my other time frames. All right, guys. Well, as promised, I'm out of the CNEY, but you know what? I'm going to, believe it or not, I'm going to take a look at it if it has another run later on, taking out that 151. So I have my alert set up here. See the volume that came in? Remember I was saying that what we needed volume to come in? Look at the volume bar on the 15-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart. Look at that volume bar. You can see also, look at the 3-minute. See the volume that came in. And it's not the people ask, well, how much volume does it have to be? It's not how much, it's in relation to previous volume bars. Okay. Look how this stood out. Look at that right at 115, and that's what caused the pop. Okay. Then it tapered off. The volume would have to have kept going. It doesn't have to be necessarily that high, but you don't want it to just to taper off completely, which is what it did. What a day. I mean, this is just a mirror image of yesterday, guys. A complete mirror image. You can't see it quite as dramatically, but here, this is yesterday, the big drop, or the V, and then the big move up. Now afterwards, it wasn't so great, but yeah, I mean, this is just a mirror image of yesterday.
And now I really regret not just taking that. I said I would, and I didn't. That big buy flag right there. That would have been a move at 542. Okay. This is kind of cool. I was showing Jamie this. I don't think he knew about this, but this is the trade report. Okay. Based on the signals, I think it is just for market hours. Okay. So these were the long signals. So that would have been the alert at 542.43. And of course, now we're at 549. There's a 7 point move. Now, as Jamie said, I mean, it's sort of buried in the bottom here, okay? Well, as Jamie said, he couldn't see it because of the resolution of his chart, I guess was not. That's how you can kind of tell, give you an idea about, the effectiveness of those alerts. So, Kaluri in our YouTube room, are you asking me about gold? Because I don't really follow gold. I mean, I don't follow the commodities, oil, gold, too closely. You're not talking gold. You're talking about GLD, right? You're not talking about American Barrick. You're talking about the gold ETF. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not a gold bug. I don't. I really don't follow. I don't trade gold stocks. I don't like trading stocks that are like so tied into their sector. Like gold stocks, oil stock or energy stocks, unless they have news specific to them. As a stock that has news on its own. I don't really follow. I know gold's been on a been on a rip, but other than that, I can't really say anything. Is that what you wanted? Okay, Shady is short RTX. Okay, let's take a look at RTX. Aha. Well, you're getting that downturn in the cloud, which is, it's a nice thing. But that's what you're saying, of course. So I don't know what you mean by that, Kaluri, gold buying limit. I'm sorry. If you're talking about, I'm just not sure I understand the question exactly. As I say, I don't follow gold at all. All I know is the last thing I think I saw was $2,300 an ounce or something like that. I may be behind the times, but other than that, I have no. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Gold buying limit.
All right, guys. CRMD. CRMD is now making a move over 7. Wow, there's a nice little buy there. Well, look at LQDA, guys. I mean, on a weekly chart, I mean, look at the room it's got on a weekly chart, 1446 or so. It's making a bit of a move. There's a little buy button there or buy flag there. There may be some resistance around 1025, which is looks like that's the high of the day. Yeah, you can see exactly why it stopped. Okay. I mean, there's the high of the day right there at 1024, and look left on the weekly chart, and there's the high at 1025. So that is what has stopped it so far. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert, say at 1026, and see number one. I might take it out today, but if not today, maybe sometime later this week. Because look at the room it's got, LQDA. For the alert, are you talking price alert now? When I don't check any direction, the alert only happens when they ask. It's the bid price on the bid. I haven't followed that close. Wow, look at the SPY. What a day. I mean, this is, I don't think anybody would have predicted this. Now, listen, it could just stop right here and just collapse. But boy, oh boy, at 540 level, sure held. Captain Para, was that a pseudo prediction by yourself based on what you were seeing? So let's take a look at a price alert chart. I know what you mean. You can pick the direction, but I mean, where's my price alert chart? Well, you can't leave it blank unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean. You have to pick one long or well, long is the default, of course, because most people are buying stocks or looking to buy something to go on the long side. So they're usually looking at a price higher. However, let me just see something here. Yeah, I don't think this is I don't think this is good. For instance, if you said I want to go long if it hits 120, just as an example, okay? I don't think that's because I think it'll trigger immediately. Yeah, it triggers immediately. So you can't if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, you can't do that. If you want to get an alert below, if you want to get an alert, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to pick it up on a you would have to click the short and then I can do it now. But why did it trigger again? So I never do that. Never do I do that. Ah, direction. I see. I see. I see. Falls to. Okay. So you've got to click short and get rid of the direction. Now I see. Okay. So click short and then get. I've never tried that. All the years I've had this, I've never tried that. I've never tried to put a price alert underneath unless I wanted to. Unless I wanted to short it, perhaps at a certain price. So you see what I did, right? I just got rid of the direction and clicked short. And then you can put your price alert, and then you'll get it when it pulls back to that price. Well, I don't know how to answer that question. Only triggers when the ask hits, bid ask. I guess it's designed to do that. I mean, is it the worst thing? Because that'll be above the bid. Meanwhile, guys, look at LQDA. You know what? I mean, it's right there again, right at that high. It looks like it's going to take it out. In theory, it should trigger when the bid hits on the way down, right? No, not necessarily. Not you wanted to short, yes, because that's where you could get it immediately if you're shorting at the bid, right? Not at the ask. Let me try one. I haven't, I've never ever done what you just tried to do. So let me try another one. Okay, so I'll try LQDA and let's see if it pulls back to 1020 or something. And I'll see when it triggers and I'll check my bid ask. I mean, it should be pretty close though. Oops. Right now I'm seeing, so what you're saying is if that hit 1020, it would what? It would alert here? I just want to see if there's any action at 1020. I'm not sure there's anything you can do. Okay. I mean, that's just the way it works. Well, I'm intrigued now. Of course, now watch, it won't hit 1020. Ah, it's moving now. So guys, I mean, in all seriousness though, I mean, this is at that weekly high right here. I mean, this could easily start to fill in this little void. Yeah, I mean, you know what? If I get a sell button, if I get a sell flag, I'm shorting this buy. Just no, it's not happening yet, of course. Mm. And there were trades at one. Oh, there were trades at one. So what you're saying is that the stock could now be at 95 cents with a 95 on the bid and the ask at one. Don't think there's any way around it. Now, is that the worst thing? Because really, it's pulling back even more for you. You get the alert at one, and it's at 95 cents, which is even better for you, right? Because it's pulling back even more for you. Yeah. Okay, so here's how this color transition is working on a 5-minute chart for the SPY. Okay. Ah, well, that went too quickly, Poe, so I couldn't see. All right, this looks like it's done deal now for the CNAY. I'd be really surprised, and it's halted on the way down now. I'd be surprised if this has a late day run. So here's the SPY. So if you were long the SPY from here on that buy at around 541, and you've been resolute in keeping it, you might have taken a little bit off here because this is telling you, okay, the trend is not as strong. Well, actually, this is not really using go no go anymore. But now if you're using go no go and you've been in this all the way up, now this transition is telling you, okay, now it's obvious when you look at this, perhaps, that the trend is not as strong as it was. That's what that little transition to cyan means. Not as strong. Doesn't mean bail out everything. And it could just stay here for a bit and then move higher. It's just saying, pay attention now. Pay attention. The trend is not as strong as it has been. Now, if that turns, to another color like orange, or even like bypassing orange and goes to pink, then you really got to maybe say to yourself, I might want to short the SPY. Well, right now I've got 120, 120. So actually, this may not be over. I've got 120, 120. So you're looking at time and sales now. You're looking at I think or swim, and it's time and sales. So this is what I've got from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt, 113, and there's your potential open, 120. Well, I don't know level. I mean, this is just the potential open that Interactive broke. And as you see, yeah, I'm sure all you have to do it once, and then save your Thinkorswim configuration, and then it'll be there every day for you. Now, let me take a look at the SPY on a 3-minute and see if we're getting that. See, on the 3-minute, it's still, you're not getting this. You see, it's so, well, here's my 5-minute right there. It's amazing the difference sometimes. On a 3-minute, you don't have a transition at all. So what does that mean, William? Not allowed to trade, like what did he actually violate? Is he not allowed to trade stocks ahead of obviously FOMC or knowing what's going to happen, or is he allowed never to trade stocks because he always knows what's going to happen? Well, this Children's Place, or not, I'm sorry, yeah, Children's Place, PLCE. I mean, if it takes out 10 again, this could have like another run. I mean, the next high, 14.15 on the weekly chart. All right, well, listen, CNEY may not be over. So Bjorn, haven't you asked that before? I remember I'm not sharing the layout. You can pick and choose what you want. Maybe it was another Bjorn. I'm talking to Bjorn in our YouTube room. So if you go to my home page, and click on my homepage link, and then scroll down until you see the scan section. So if you're looking for, here are the two races that I'm displaying. These top two right there. You can pick and choose what you want. This is the Halts resumes over here. This is the relative strength leaders right here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want. And as far as the time frames, I mean, you must have your own time frames that you like. And all you have to do is create the charts and with the time frames that you like. Perfecto, good, okay. Man, oh man, I'm not in it. Look at LQDA now, guys. Look at LQDA now. So now your next level, if you took it, I mean, way up here, 1233 or so. 1231 is the 200-day moving average, way up here. Man. Well, if you're using Go No Go Chart Shaw, then you can wait for a color transition. Like I was saying before on the SPY, if a person had taken the SPY and ran it and held all the way during the blue, okay, and then only when it starts turning this through the cyan is when you don't dump everything. You might not even dump anything. but just be aware that this is happening, okay? Because now it's telling you, going to tell you on a 5 minute, depends on your time frame, of course, on a 5 minute that, okay, we're not seeing as strong a trend, okay? The trend is starting to get a little bit weaker. Doesn't mean dump your entire position. And again, it may not mean dump anything. You just have to kind of watch it. So you might want to try that if you have the go no go charts. And like Steve does on the 10 SMA, sure, you can try that. Unless it breaks down through assuming you're in a good, like you had a good entry, and you're watching something hugging the 10 SMA, and until it breaks and it closes, that's the thing about Steve. He has to see it close. Now, my problem with that would be, what if you had a giant 15-minute candle and you're waiting for it to close? I think you have to use some discretion. So that would be my advice. I mean, I don't know if you've got if you've got the go no go charts, but that is the idea behind them too, keeping you in trades longer, not getting too wrapped up in little moves down, as long as the trend is good. Good meaning a blue. Depends on the time frame that you're using, of course. Man, look at Summit, guys. This has been just a star this week. Another new high here. Basically a lifetime high. So there's a case in which, yes, news matters. I am surprised that they haven't done a financing yet. This is a case in which absolutely news mattered 2 days ago, follow through yesterday, and another follow through today. Now, intraday, this was a bit of a bear to try to trade, in my opinion. But if you're looking to swing, the only issue I have with swinging this, again, they could swing a financing. Okay, so when you say they've got the financing in place, in other words, they've got the shares they can issue to do the financing. That's what you mean, right? Which most companies do. Okay, they always say, okay, we're going to increase the number of shares we have in case we want to do a financing down the road, because you never know when. I mean, you get a big pop and you want to do a financing, but you don't have the shares available to do it. You got to wait. So that's what you mean, right? Or am I wrong, Captain? Oh, I see. Okay. So on that document, there's no financing price though, obviously. Isn't the document just, okay, we want to increase the number of shares we have outstanding? Or am I completely misunderstanding what you're saying? No, don't do that. I mean, I know to review an SEC. I mean, typically what I've seen in the past, and I believe me, I'm not an expert in this, but a company will they get everybody all nervous because they say we're increasing the number of shares we have outstanding. Okay. And the reason they do that is that in case they want to do a financing, some huge pop in price, well, in order to do that and issue more shares out there, you can't just do it the day of if you don't have those shares, obviously. So typically they'll do that ahead of time just in case they want to do a financing in the future for like what I call a legitimate company.
because again, it would kill you if all of a sudden you get some fantastic news, especially these bios, the stock booms higher. You want to do a financing, but you can't. But you can't because you don't have the you don't have the shares to issue. So is that maybe that's what that means? The 22.2 million shares is being requested. Okay. Because if I'm the company, I want to do a financing. Okay, I want to. I mean, I got to take advantage of a stock that 3 days ago was $11 and it's now 24. And these bios, they're usually starving. Now, I don't know their cash situation at all, but they usually, especially the small ones, they're just starving for money. And doesn't it also have to go through shareholder approval, not just SEC? Don't the shareholders have to also, or am I wrong? At any rate, I mean, I'm just, I don't know 100%. Well, when I say shareholder approval, I mean 50%. So if management owns 50.1%, you're right. Individual shareholders can't do too much. But okay. Well, at any rate, I'm not saying they're going to do a financing. Okay, that would be my only issue with it with this and trying to swing it. Look at the SPY guys. Look at this action right here. Again, it's just sort of saying be cautious right now. Just be a little bit cautious. So Shaw, if you don't have go no go, I mean, you're following Steve's advice then, the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. There's, listen, we all go through it. Always beating yourself up for selling too early, and it's hard sometimes. You want to make sure you get the profit. That's why I usually, especially in something that pops very quickly, I usually always take some off because something that pops so quickly up can easily come down more. So I always like to take some off. How much? It's no fixed percentage every time. But I've done some things completely on my own, guys. I'm not going to talk about them. But what I have found is that using Go No Go has helped me keep in trades longer. That's what I can say. Um, there's no question. Before I would have got out. I would have got out a lot of them a lot earlier. Wow, they've got 326 million in cash. Okay, as of last quarter. Thank you, William. So you're right. I mean, it's not as critical as a lot of companies. And then there's the flip. What I can't remember what was the company that did the financing at 469, and it was over 6 earlier today. I Can't remember. I just can't remember what it was. Somebody maybe help. So I mean, sometimes companies do a financing, and shareholders cheer it on almost. Okay, great, you're able to raise money. And the reason why usually a stock will drop is because your position is being diluted because they're issuing more shares. So if you ask that same question tomorrow, Shaw, that's exactly what he would say. Okay, he would say, "I'm in a trade and I don't get out of it unless the NSMA closes on the 15-minute chart. If the price closes below well, let me bring up our 15-minute chart. That is actually, I did put the 10 SMA, so that yellow line right there. Imagine if I somehow took ALAB right there. Okay, I'm writing it up. See how that 10 SMA is following it up? See how the cloud is actually following it up? And now, if I had taken it here and it popped up, then here is where I would have got out. But this would have been pretty quick. But if I took it here, then I'd still be in this trade. Steve would be, until it broke down through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. But it had to close down, not just touch it. And that's the problem I would have, because what if all of a sudden a giant one would come? Now these are the go no go charts. So, but a giant candle broke down through and is moving down, down, down. You're going to wait for it to close? Not me anyway. But I think within reason, yeah, I mean that's what he does. But let's put it this way, though. Let's just say, I mean, I'll have to use this. I'll look at a lab. What if you were in, I don't know, $35? Okay, $35. It's at 40 right now. Remember, that's a rising NSMA. If this goes below it, maybe it's closing at 40. Okay, so if you're in at 35, it's still a $5 gain. Well, I mean, but if you listen to Steve, he will not get out unless I'm sure some giant forming candle. It would really depend where he got in. I mean, if he's riding something that's at a lot cheaper price and he's riding up and up and up and up, you can sort of afford then to wait for the candle to close underneath, because you should still be in a profitable position. Not necessarily how I would trade, but that's how he trades. And the Steve we're talking about is Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, who will be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. Okay, guys. Well, it's getting close for me to get out of here. A fast day. So I usually wrap it up between 2:30 and quarter to 3. William will keep the room open until he said 3:45. I think he said 3:45-ish, right? Yeah, 3:45-ish. So when I leave, you can, before I leave, I'll put the main room link into our YouTube room. So you guys who are left in YouTube and head over to the main room. There will still be people there. Talking stock. I won't be on the mic, and no screen sharing. I almost forgot to stop yesterday. sure Pepe noticed. Yeah, so that is something, Chris, I'm hoping down the road, okay? This is truly in its infancy, okay? Chris was asking the question, or not a question, but a remark that it would be nice to have an alert when you get the buy or the short signal, excuse me, in the trade wave. Okay. It is definitely being worked on, but listen, don't think that it's going to happen tomorrow. Right now, okay, just to give you an idea, right now the main use of it, because we're not getting alerts, is taking maybe a few charts, 3 or 4 charts, and watching them. That's the main use of it right now. So for instance, I've got the SPY chart here. Not a big SPY player, but I'm bound and determined this time if I get a sell signal, I'll take it. So you have maybe 3 charts that you're watching, okay, which is not optimum, but some of you might have three stocks you love to follow all day long. Nvidia, maybe Tesla, and maybe the SPY or some other ETF. And so you just watch those ones, and you just wait for the buy and sell to show up on the chart. You're not looking at anything else. But ultimately, sure. Now the problem is that look at CNEY guys still. The problem is that it'd be ideal if it could happen for your scans, okay? But it may be that it won't be available. You might have to use the scans that Michael creates. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. I probably could have made a living just on trading the SPY, and it's something I normally do. Well, especially if you get these crazy moves, two crazy moves a day, up or down. Well, that's pretty cool. Well, if you're saying 22 million, so they're getting it, make at $9 a share. Is that what you mean? Let's make the math simple. Like about $10 a share. Private placement at $10 a share. Okay. Well, that is a nice investment for that person, but there's no guarantee the stock is going to rip from 23. But yeah, but that would show some resolve, wouldn't it? And it depends on how long it's tied up. Obviously, you're not going to invest 200 million at 10 and then sell it the next day. So there's got to be some kind of a lockup. If there's no lockup, let's everybody in the room get together. We'll outbid the guy. Let's raise 210 million. If there's no lockup, and then we'll just sell it the next day. Probably wreck the market for it. But well, guys, CNEY. Yeah, we could craft it. We've got enough wordsmiths in the room. I think we could probably put out a pretty good one, or just use trusty old Chat GPT. This has to be watched tomorrow, guys. Seriously, okay? The XCH, I have an alert at the high of the day. This is an IPO from yesterday. One of these ones that, okay, I mean, it popped up. It was very, I call it successful at the beginning. There was a lot of enthusiasm. I think it was a $4 or $5 IPO. It got up to $11. And yeah, it pulled all the way back to 738. But you see what it's doing today, maybe just resting. If it takes this out tomorrow or sometime in the next week, this could go on a run. XCH, it could go on a run. So that's why I have a price alert set up at the top here around $11. Yeah, so we don't do forex units in our question in our YouTube room. We don't do forex at all. We only scan for stocks. Sorry. Yeah, it's great. It was a great newscaster. I mean, it says it was more effective than Merck's drug, Keytruda, or something like that, which generates about $1 billion a year. Keytruda. Okay. Look at the SPY now, guys. So this is classic. So right there, that little transition where all it was telling you is, okay, start to pay attention right now. Okay, this big strong move may be over. So pay attention. But look what happened. The strong move resumes. Ooh, I did not know that. It was late stage too, right? For Summit. I don't know. Well, I'm not swinging it, but it just had a great 3 days. So again, all this was telling you is just okay. Start to pay attention. Okay, maybe the trend is over for a while anyway, but it really wasn't. That's a good point, William. All right, guys, it's 2:30, so I'll hang around for another maybe 4 or 5 minutes. I'll always hang around later if there are questions. Okay. But what I will do is I will put the main room into our YouTube room in case you guys want to head over. Head over. You haven't had enough of talking about trading, so if you click on my homepage link, those of you who are in YouTube, click on my homepage link, and at the top here you'll see trading room. Okay, so that's how you get into what I call the main room. So people there, and William will keep that room open until 3:45 Eastern time. Well, let me take a look at the SPY on a weekly chart because that 540 level seems to be the level right there. You can see right there. A little below that. I mean, that is what 538, 539.44. Let's call it 540. And today it got down to basically right there. I mean, And that's what held it so far. What were my trades today? CNEY several times, Nestor. That was it. All I needed. I wonder, can we go for the trifecta tomorrow? See some other little junky China's low float stock under $1 that might have a run. So I am going to stick a price alert right around here for the SPY. I'm going to bracket it 539, and then on the top around 555. And let's see, yeah, CNEY, Nestor. Big percentage mover. But I didn't get it until it broke $1, okay? Yeah, so you can kind of see the two levels right here on the low side and on the high side. You know what? It may not be over. I mean, if it takes out 151 later, I mean, it's possible. It needs some volume though. Look at the volume that happened the last time right there, and it's still not even close to that volume. That's on a 15-minute. Let me get back to a 5-minute. Yeah, still, I mean, it is starting to move, but it's on no volume. Now, listen, all of a sudden, volume could come spiking in and it just blasts right through that. I get it, but I'm not going to anticipate that's going to happen. Yeah, back to back, Shady. Yeah, back to back. I can't remember what happened on Friday, or Monday, but back to back. Certainly these big, as you call them, whipsaw days. Huge move down, bigger move up on both days, yesterday and today. Monday, I can't even remember what happened. But I guess you're saying approximately the same thing happened. Look at the volume today. Now, it's funny. I don't think it is going to. We have an hour and a half left or so. It's probably not going to meet the volume. QH from yesterday, because QH had 300 million or so, I think. So let me take this. I mean, it's still crazy. It's 283 million shares are traded with 2.3 million in the float. I mean, well over 100 times the float that's traded today. So turnover. It's probably 150 times the float today. But QH yesterday though, with a slightly oh no, that was yesterday was 346 million, and it had a lower float or a slightly higher float. Still, just absolutely ridiculous volumes. So Bijou, if you're asking me, I have no idea. Okay, I mean, right now I'm sure the TQQ is tracking this, is doing the same as the SPY, I'm assuming. So, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, at some point you would think that there's going to be some profit taking, but when? It could have been right there, when it sort of stalled a bit, but look what happened. So I really don't know. You'd have to look at. So you look at a daily chart, okay, and it's coming in right into perhaps some resistance. 63.72. Okay, that is the next high looking left. So if you look at it like a stock, that could be a resistance area. If it breaks through that though, then you've got up to here, 67.70. So if I were in this one right now, I would probably watching that high at 63.72 and see if what happens there. There's a stall there. I'm just not, you see, I have no experience trading ETFs, so I don't know how well they react, I guess, to next highs looking left and all that, the same way what I will call a stock does, a traditional stock would. I don't know if ETFs are kind of the same in terms of support and resistance that I see. My feeling is probably yes, but I don't know for sure. I mean, look at the SPY today. At 540 level seemed to be very important as a support area, and it seemed to hold. Okay. So what Pepe is saying is following the Qs instead of TQQ, and when you look at that, see it's almost like TQ where the TQs were looking at this little area as a potential stall. It is the high right there, 465.36, and so that is through that. So if you look at the Qs, 473.21 is the next high. Man, I followed. I mean, look at that little buy button right there. Entry at 542.43. If you're still in it, that's 1 point. That's a big move on the SPY, 1.79%. It was the only buy signal. It was the only buy signal of the day during market hours. I believe it only looks at market hours. But on the short side, what? What is that? Maybe it's because it was right at 9:30. Maybe it needs to be. I don't know. That was a 9:30, right at 9:30. So it's possible that it has to be a little past 9:30 because that was the only sell signal right off the bat at 9:30. So it's possible that it won't read that. No surprise, but it really depends again what time frame you choose. Let me take a look at this on a 3-minute chart. So what this is doing, there was only one 938. There was only one 3%. Exit price 968. Now it's interesting. That's really interesting to know why it picked 968. This is pretty cool. I didn't. So let me see this. It'd be nice to have a time here. Oh, right there. So the interesting thing, I have to figure this out. I mean, again, looking at the trade, looking at the report, 938 was the entry, which translated to right there, 938, right there, and got. Now I would have. I mean, there's no way I would have let it go down to an exit at 968. Let's take a look at 968 and what was it seeing? It's like the low of this can't that bar right there. Oh, I see. I see exactly what it's looking at. Remember now, this is all following the cloud, of course. So the minute it touched the upper end of that cloud, that's where it said, okay, we want to exit. Now, would I have done that? No. No, I would have been. I mean, if you're in at 9:30, 9:38, and it goes. So Shaw, the same sort of thing. With the cloud. This is sort of like Steve. Now, it depends on the time frame, but yeah, I can see what it's looking at now. So a break above that cloud. That's where you got the buy, and then it never closed below the cloud. I guess the upper end. Interesting. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will pack it in today. As always, thanks for all the help. And I will get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Now, the main room will be open sometime before 8 o'clock. Usually, I think Chris or William, Chris has been usually opening the main room, around 7:30 Eastern time. I don't get on the mic until 9 though in both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, now YouTubers, I must let's close you guys down because there's nobody there to moderate. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.